Alright. Alright. Now I hope this will be short. Let me move my monitor up just so I can see it a little better there. Alright. How is that? That's not really as good a perspective on me. Let's turn my light on there. Okay. So, let's see. The idea would be, would I start with Nicaragua or would I start with like Cuba? And I'm thinking Nicaragua, so okay. I do know the regions of Nicaragua decently, so this probably would be, won't be as bad as some might be, but let's look this up. Probably not going to find anything, but Nicaragua region colors. Let's see if that's a thing. Ooh, what's this? Oh, that's the Nicaragua flag colors. Okay. Flag of Nicaragua. Flag color codes. I mean, they just went straight to the flags. I was going to go to the flags next, but they just went right on. Flags, symbols, and currencies of Nicaragua is pretty much the best I can get. Racial groups, history, meaning, color codes, and pictures of Nicaragua flag. Well, that's what it is a lot of times with this. It's just flag, this, flag. Wait a second, can I not click on this? It's not going. Is it going? Is it like... Oh, okay, there it goes. Alright, whatever. Okay, good. Okay, that's the Nicaragua flag. Flag nerds tend not to like it or like believe it. Okay, it's got like Ukrainian. Oh, historical flags of Nicaragua. This, I don't really. This, I actually really like this. Take out the emblem, and I really like that. So, is what it is. And is that it? Looks like that's it. Okay, here's the currency. Yeah, that's it. So, nothing on the regions or anything, so not really a surprise. So, we're gonna have to kind of wing it. Nueva Segovia. Okay. These northern ones are even harder to do, so let's do those first. Nueva Segovia. Leon. I think I had a Leon elsewhere that I had a color scheme for, like in Mexico, because Mexico has Nuevo Leon. And usually I make Leon sort of brownish, or reddish, or orangish, something like that. Let's go up, take a look at Mexico. Yuka. How are you? For me, it's rather late, but for you, it might be rather early. Okay, so Nuevo Leon is kind of a rust sort of color, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm finally in a sort of situation to start streaming again, so I just decided to do this as a way to just relax and do more of it. Because honestly, when I'm not streaming this, it's kind of boring. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just a really long project, so I'd rather just stream it to have something to do while I do it. Because it's, you know, it's kind of insane. But I want to get it done, so I just chip away at it. Okay, so Segovia. I'm thinking blue. I think I'll start with that. Maybe blue or turquoise-ish. So we'll start with this. And work our way from there. I'm hoping this will be rather short, but whenever I want something to be short, it always ends up being like way too much time, so who knows. I'm thinking, let's see, a little bit, just a slight bit there. That's darker. Pull it up just a slight bit. Okay. I think that's an okay place to start. I might end up using darker colors from Nicaragua. I wasn't really sure. Other ones, it's sort of drained, but it's colorful. Okay. It's having problems loading, yeah. Eventually this thing has so many colors on it that it has a really tough time getting new colors on. I might need to actually make a new set or something. Like just start on a new board and just go, because it's starting to get slower. And how Madriz. Is there any other places really named Madriz? Because there are a lot of like repeat names I find going through these. So let's see if there are any other Madriz places. Come on, internet. Okay, Madriz is a Spanish surname. Madriz. No, not even like a river or anything like that. So I guess there's only the place in Nicaragua. Yeah, Department of Nicaragua. So, okay. Only in Nicaragua. Alright. Well... What is my favorite Toho character? Yours is Serial. Well, I understand Serial. I've actually seen... I watched a video of basically a show in Toho Con or whatever, and there were a bunch of cosplays going around, and they were throwing around like a yin-yang orb, kind of, what do you even call it? Balloon ball or something, you know, like those things where it's like blown up and you know it's bouncy and all that. And one was a Serial one, and that was kind of funny. I think the Serial kicked it to like Suiko, so that was funny. But my favorite character is Remelia, honestly. It seems like the more people I tell, I don't know. My favorite character is Remelia. Maybe that's I don't know, but you know, I know you're not the biggest fan of her, but Remelia has always been my favorite character since I got into Toho. You know, I really for me, I kind of like how she has this kiddish nature, but she also is sort of like in the know about things and how she's kind of on her own. She has her own sort of faction and stuff. That's how I've always I've always liked that, you know. Amelia is sort of like the chaotic neutral, and you know, I find her kind of funny and entertaining and stuff. So that's always been my favorite character. I've always related to Patchouli the most, I would say. You know, I relate to Patchouli because I've had allergy troubles and sort of, well, I sort of actually kind of have asthma. Well, I do. Not in the way people think. I actually have exercise-induced bronchitis, basically, which is like getting asthma from like exercising and straining your lungs and stuff. So I used to not be able to like do a lot of fitness things. But then I like went on walks and worked out a lot, and now I'm pretty good. You know, I still have like some stuff, but I pretty much, you know, it's not that bad anymore, but you know. I have some weird stories about that. I was actually thinking about that today because I went out for a hike today. Let me just take that down just a little bit. But yeah, I used to have a lot of troubles hiking. Like I once went into this like hiking class. I mean, it was like a different name. It was called like pole or something. It was a really weird thing, but it was pretty much the alternate to like your regular like physical education class stuff. And I thought it would be good because it was like, oh, I don't need to do all these like work with all this equipment and do all this stuff, you know. But it ended up basically just being a class where everyone goes on hikes. So I just, like, they were going on these hikes all the time, these long, like, 2-hour hikes. At the time, I was, like, very unfit. You know, I wasn't really, you know, I wasn't fit enough to do hikes anyway. But the thing is, I would go on these hikes, and I would just get, like, really sick. Like, you know, not just, like, tired, like, oh, I'm sweating and whatnot, but, like, I would be, like, snotting and, you know, all this. And at the time, I didn't know it was a problem. But, and I got, like, made fun of it, too, because obviously it's like, you know, this guy walking around all sickly, snotting and all that. Not exactly the most, not exactly the best look. So, you know, I was just going around behind the pack. You know, I was not doing well. And, I was thinking about it today because, of course, I used to not be good with all of my my hiking things. And I remember a teacher once, because I was, again, like I was, you know, having like a coughing fit. I was having trouble breathing, you know, regular asthma stuff. And this teacher was like, you know, you're not going to get girls if you keep like doing that. And I was just thinking to myself in my head, maybe I'm insane that I have these like flashbacks. I was thinking to myself in my head, like at that time, I was sort of like mad because I was like, I'm not thinking about getting girls. I'm thinking about like not suffocating at the moment. Thank you. So you know, people thought I was like faking it, which I wasn't. I wish I was. You know, I wish I could fake not being able to breathe. But yeah, I got over it by working out a lot. Pretty much, I just work out to the point where I don't get tired anymore from like walking. Like I can walk for like hours now and I won't get tired, so that mostly solved it. But yeah, I don't know why I went on that tangent, but that is what came to my mind. But you know, whatever. So. Okay, I'm thinking of purplish. Kind of bright. Yeah. Okay, we're going good. We're going good. I don't know how long I'll do this, but okay. Shenandoah, Leon, Managua. So yeah, Granada. I'm thinking there's so many Granadas. Do I have a or whatever? Shenandoah. I'm thinking either orange or green on that. Yeah, but I already answered your question. My favorite character is Amelia, but I also really like Yumemi. I wouldn't say Yumemi is one of my favorite characters, but I think I really like Yumemi. How she's like a professor, even though she's like 18 years old, and how she's seeming from like an alternate dimension and stuff. And she has like a lot of dialogue in Toho 3, so she's just very unique. Like, there's really no character like Yumemi, you know, either in the fact that like she's so talented and she's like seeking magic and she has this weird interpretation of magic. She's just so different from really all the other characters. So I really like Yumemi. I don't really know like where I'd put her, but she's one I always think of when I think of like some of my favorite characters. So yeah. Okay. Shenandoah. I'm thinking like a neon green, so we got a bright purple. Ooh, that's a little more greenish. Ooh, okay, yeah. Okay, good. Ooh. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, I like that. Leon. Let's make this red. What do we get? Ooh, that's a good red right there. That's a good red. But do I want Leon to be red or do I want it to be brownish? Ah, Tesseria. Welcome again. Yes, I'm, you know, at this hour, and, you seem to like appearing at, this hour, so, didn't know if you were gonna show up, but, always good to see you. Ooh, that's more of what I'm looking for. I'll take it. We'll see how that looks. It's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, it's the 6th one, and oh man, this thing is gonna go on for a long time, but what can I do? That's late. Ooh, okay, that's... I'll keep it that way. It's like a brownish thing. Okay, so Leon Managua. Okay, this is... Last 2 terabytes of file. Busy trying to get back to where I was for the most part. Ooh, that's, that ain't good. Well, bloody, The thing is, like, I have, like, my data stored very well in a weird way. Because I made, like, a bunch of Dropbox accounts, because I have, like, a bunch of emails, like, a bunch of, like, random emails that I have. And I made, like, a Dropbox account for each of them, because they give you, like, the, like, 2 free, gigabytes or whatever it is. So I have like a bunch of like pictures and like a bunch of stuff, like leftover stuff on all these like scattered Dropbox accounts. So it's good like for being preserved, but like it's bloody not very efficient to actually like access and whatnot. But you know, I got it. Okay, Managua. I thought there was another... Yeah, Managua and Masaya. So I'm thinking Masaya is going to be a yellow. So I'm thinking Managua maybe... Mostly was Steam games, but I lost all my pics / vids I saved, saw my reaction faces, memes. Yeah, like Dropbox is actually like really useful. Like Dropbox, like if you're using the free one, doesn't have much data, but like if you're just saving pictures, because that's what I use it for pretty much. Pictures, like text files, basic cheap stuff, it's actually really good. Yeah, so, yeah, like I tried to save like videos on Dropbox back in the day. It sucks because the videos are too big. But if you're just saving pictures, you can save a lot. Because I have, like back in my like high school days, I collected all these like classic meme like pictures. Like I had like all these like Ouija like jokes and like these like weird like Super Saiyan like Ouija edits and like all this ridiculous stuff. So I had all these like weird like meme pictures from back in the day, and you know, like I had like tens of thousands of them. I had like 20,000 of them or something. But not like just Ouija, but like a lot of the stuff, you know, like a lot of weird funny pictures back in the day. And I put them all on like a Dropbox, and I still have them there, and they're still there. So I don't know. I obviously don't want to have all that just on my computer sitting there, because like I don't want to manage some like giant like folder of like Ouija, DBZ, CDI, King, whatever, like Mama Luigi, whatever. You know, but it's just on my Dropbox. So if I ever need any of that like weird like classic stuff, I could just go there, and I got it. So you know, that's pretty good. Okay. So I'm thinking like a goldish on this one. It's not bad. Yeah. Okay, pull that down a bit. Yellow, goldish, something like that. So let's see how that looks. It's not that different from the other one though. That's what I was worried about. Yeah, those are pretty similar, so let's how this is an ugly yellow. This isn't really what I'm looking for. Let's push this up a bit. Yeah. Ooh, good. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah. That's more of a yellow. That's yeah. Okay. I'm good with that. Whew. Where do I live? Well, believe it or not, I live in British Columbia in Canada. So yeah, I think you've mentioned you're in California before. So we're actually in the same time zone. So yeah, I was thinking like you were like maybe European or something, because like you always like tune in when it's like late for me. But no, it's actually the same time for us. So you know, whatever. that's just how we roll. So why not? Okay, Managua. Okay, I can make it like an ugly, Didn't think I was from Canada? Well, that is the case, sir. I am from Canada. Believe it or not, a lot of people on the internet, like, think I'm British, actually. They think I'm, like, from, the UK and stuff. I actually have like a lot of people who seem to watch me from Britain. I know at least 2 of the people who tune on in these streams are like from Britain, so you know, I do like to appeal to my British viewers, but I thought I was from Central America. Really? Well, no, sir. I am not. Well, I don't mind Clown Piece. Clown Piece is fine. I mean, you know, I'm just, I don't got anything against, but I'm just not, I'm just not of the same spirit of Clown Piece, I ain't flying Clown Piece's flag. I ain't dressing up like Clown Piece, but it's okay. We can be friends. No problem. Yeah, I mean, well, no, Cali and bloody BC, pretty in common. I mean, only one that's really more like us is the Pacific Northwest, Oregon and whatnot. We're a lot like them because we got the same kind of tree line and stuff. A bit colder, of course, It obviously is a bit more cold for me than it is for you, but besides the legal weed, well, yeah, we got the legal weed. I thought Cali had that too, though. I thought you, well, I'm not sure how it works. Like in America, you have this thing where it's like it's not like the states legalize it, but the government doesn't legalize it. So it's like this weird thing where it's like, I'm not sure how it works over there, but yeah, we got it. If you're into that, I personally have. Oh yeah, it snows. Of course it snows. It's Canada. It snows, dude. In fact, it's only now starting to warm up, but yeah, it's spring right now, but like half the time it doesn't feel very springish. So it's not like Arctic, whatever, like what some people will say, but it's Canada, so it's cold. Summertime is pretty hot over here. Probably not as hot as it is for you, but it is when it snows, it snows. It at least makes no big storm. It rained It rained today. It was raining pretty good like an hour ago, something like that. Giant coats and mittens. Yeah, somewhat. I wear kind of big coats. Never get too cold over here. Nothing under 50. Oh, well, that's... Yeah, bloody... the thing is, like, you have the whole, like, Fahrenheit and whatnot. Like, we use, like, a different system and whatnot. Like, the thing is, I was so confused in school because, like, the thing is, I don't know how temperature works, because the problem is that, like, like, when everyone was talking about, like, temperature, the teachers would all talk with, like, the imperial system, because that's what they learned when they were kids, but they were, like, trying to teach us, like, the metric system, and it, like, confused the heck out of me. So I learned neither of them, because the teachers kept saying, like, they said it, they never were using the consistent terms, so I was just bloody, I never, like, it just, so blame them for it. Like, choose one or choose the other, but, whatever. It's, nothing under 20. Okay, that translates to me more. That translates to me more, I get that. Yeah, 20. Because, like, for us, 50 is, like, big. We sometimes get 50, but yeah. 20? 20's like... Honestly, 20 is like our minimum over here. If it's 20, it's that's if it's 20 here, that's pretty decent for us in wintertime, honestly. So, yeah, you know, it is. It can be a bit cold. It's not like too cold, but I don't know. I mean, I've been here forever, so maybe it's not too cold for me. But you know, it is what it is. I am pretty good at resisting the cold myself, but Okay, we're on Voyage 1969 now. I love that one, so I'm happy for that. But okay, Carrazzo. That's gonna be... Love the cold because you get to warm up. Oh yeah, like... Well, it's kind of weird because honestly, like, I used to, like, really have problems with the heat. Like, really bad problems. Like, in the heat, like, I would, like... I would, you know, be sweating all the time, and I like wouldn't even be able to go out and stuff. Like I like bad. I got like bad issues with cold. But as of late, in the last like couple years, I don't know what happened to me, but like I'm sort of like resistant to it now. Like it just doesn't like, you know, like if I get hot, I'll get like to a certain level, and then I'll just sort of like just mellow out. I'll just be like under control. I don't know if it's because, like, in the last couple of years I've, like, worked out more and, like, I can, like, walk. Like, I walk all the time and stuff, so I can, like, walk for, like, hours without getting tired. So I don't know if it's that, I don't know if it's, like, a stamina thing or something, but, like, the heat just doesn't really seem to push me the same way it used to. Like, I used to have really bad problems with it, but, now I'm fine with it, you know. I literally in summer I'll go around like wearing pants, and I'll go around wearing what I normally wear, and I'm pretty much fine, you know. I mean, you know, I'm a rather fashionable person, so sometimes if I go out with wearing a suit or something, if I'm going for some occasion or something, or anything like that, the suits handle summer fine for me. I mean, you know, people did it back in the day. People are like looking at these pictures of guys in like the 30s or whatever wearing their suits. They did it. They did it in summer. They did it in winter. They did it whatever. You know, it works. So, you know, I don't know. You know, I just yeah, like, the thing is, when I was a kid, I used to be, like, Arctic, like, durability. I was literally, like, immune to the cold. Like, I would go around in winter, like, wearing, like, t-shirts. I would, like, never wear, like, a jacket. I would literally just wear my snow pants. And I would wear, like, a shirt, t-shirt, anything like that. And I would just go out. And I was, like, immune to the cold. And the thing is, I'm still pretty immune to the cold, but the thing is, this is a funny thing, but it is, like, true. Some people don't believe me about this, but, I played a lot of, like, competitive, Melee before, I've told you that. And, I think I literally played competitive Melee so much that I might have, like, done something to my hands. Because I read about this. You know, if you, when you, what do they say it? When you start to, get hand issues, what happens is that the blood circulation in your fingers starts to, like, decline, and when that happens, you get cold hands. That's what happens to me. I think I have bad blood circulation in my fingers because I played too much Melee, and I played too much, you know, I played too much games, and I think it, like, my hands get cold now. Like, my hands get really cold. So I'm still pretty much immune to the cold, but I just gotta wear gloves. So I go out with gloves, and then I'm good. I can do anything else, but I gotta wear gloves, so. You warm enough? I've seen snow like twice. I can believe it, because, I mean, unless you're in, like, real North California or whatever, as far as I know, you don't even see snow over there, right? Like, it's not even really there, so, yeah, but, yeah, it sucks. And then also I get the thing where you go out in the cold and then, like, you get the runny nose, I have that, like, a lot of problems now. I just go out in the cold for, like, 10 minutes and then I have, like, this runny nose all over me and I gotta blow my nose and all this. So that's what sucks, is, like, snow's the mountains. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because, I mean, Cali's big, so, it depends a lot, like, where you are, whatnot. A lot of like people in Cali, they're on, like, the coast and whatnot, of course, so, you might be inland and stuff. It all, like, varies. I'm not on the coast. I'm inland in, like, a small town kind of place. Very mountainy where I am. A lot of mountains that I like to hike around and stuff. Pine trees, that kind of thing. Very Christmassy, If you like the Christmas look, this ain't far from a Christmassy place. So, Okay. Okay, if this is going to be a yellow, then it's either going to be... Okay, the other one was like a gold yellow, so... Let's make this like an ugly yellow. Or like a dark yellow. Let me give it... Give it just a bit of a... Ooh, that's an ugly... I don't want to make it too hideous. Okay, we'll just go with that and see if it works. Flans in Canada? Maybe. I mean, nowhere to explore, basically. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, this is actually, it's actually a really good, like, hiking place. A lot of, like, forests, a lot of, trails, stuff like that. Yeah, so it works for me, because I really like walking, I really like walking. I walk, like, all the time. So, yeah, there's actually a lot of places to, go if you're willing to go the distance. If you're willing to walk out into, like, a forest and stuff. There are, like, bears and stuff on occasion, but I've never found a bear in my life. I've never really found any kind of dangerous animal or anything like that. Any caves? Sadly, not really. Just a lot of forest. I did once go to, like, the top of a mountain. Like an actual mountain, not even just like a kind of like a... Well, yeah, I went to the top of a mountain, and there was actually sort of like a cave thing there. It was sort of a mine-ish thing. It looked kind of like a mine, actually. It might have actually been that. I was, like, young at that time. I didn't go walking. I was with my dad at that time. We, like, drove up there, and yeah, we, like, found that. No, I don't bring a weapon. This is Canada, dude. We don't got guns. Well, I mean, if you, like, go hunting and whatnot. But no, I don't got weapons. I don't got that stuff. I mean, I've never seen any, like, dangerous thing, really. Yeah, like, I've never seen a bear. I've seen a couple, Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm forgetting the name. Why am I? Deer. I've seen deer. Why couldn't I remember that? Maybe it is getting late. But I've seen deer before, and they're cool, but they're like very afraid of humans, so they run off immediately. In fact, actually, I've had a couple times. This will probably sound like very like Canadian-ish, but I've had literal times where like deer would like walk through like my schoolyard, like they like walk across my school and stuff. So that's actually happened in my life. So yeah, there are people who actually like crash into deer, like driving around like deers on the road and stuff. So yeah, there are. I've seen deer. Weird thing, I had not seen a squirrel in my life for like years. I hadn't seen a squirrel until maybe like 2 years ago, and I've been living here like forever. But I did see a squirrel today. I went walking today and I saw a squirrel, so for a long time in my life I wasn't seeing squirrels, but I'm starting to see squirrels more, so I like that. Wild dogs in our schools? Oh yeah. Well, I can imagine that, right? Because, I mean, I don't know. I would assume you're probably living in a place that's like more urban than I do. Whether it's a city or a suburb or whatever it is, right? So I would imagine you get more things like that, right? You know, but, yeah, we don't get too much like wild dogs. A lot of stray cats, though. Not too much like runaway dogs, but a lot of like runaway cats, or you know, lost cats and stuff. In fact, actually, it's sort of a thing. Almost, you can walk like all around like my town, and you can find like a lost cat poster in a lot of places. It's kind of sad because I am a cat guy and I don't like to see the missing cats, but you know, it's sort of a common thing over here, honestly. But yeah, like, well, the thing is, it's like I don't know where squirrels are. You know, like you'd think they'd be in like forests or something, but I just hadn't seen them much for a while, and it was weird because I was like I was told about them, and I'm like, I never see squirrels. Why am I not allowed? Why am I not allowed to see the squirrels? Why won't they show up, dude? You know? Yeah, so has to be the bears. Yeah, not a good one. In fact, actually, oh yeah, like missing dog world for you. It's like missing cat world for me. I don't know, dude, but. You know, the thing is, it's like, I do remember, actually, that I think I have seen a bear, I think 3 times in my life I've seen a bear, if I'm remembering right. The thing is, though, I had to put missing a lizard poster one time. We almost caught him, but he ran up to the tallest tree, then flew off and ran away. It was like a flying lizard? Oh, really? Yeah, but, yeah, so I'll tell you my bear stories, because they're pretty short. But, so, okay. I'm trying to remember this. Okay, I'll tell you this story first. I usually don't think of this story in order, but, the first time I saw a bear, I believe, it was, winter time. So it was wintertime, so, you know, usually the bears are in hibernation, so this was actually a surprise that we saw this bear. But I was with my dad, because back then, my, he doesn't have flight capabilities, but he flew. So he just, like, jumped. He just, like pegged, like, across the tree line and whatnot. But I was with my dad at that point, and, I think we were out, sometimes he'll go out to get boxwood, Like, it's this thing, so he'll go out and, like, cut it out in, like, the bush and whatnot, and he'll, like, sell it and stuff. So he would, like, take me along sometimes. I was, like, young. I was, like, I don't even know, like, 7 or 8 years old or something. So we were out there. And it was, like, a simple thing. He just went out. Like, we were right near, like, his truck, too. So it's, like, we weren't even, like, far out or anything like that. So we had just gotten to this place. And he went out. And he, like, just went over this little ridge here. And I was out there just sitting just a couple of steps out, like, from the car there. And I went out to, like, pick up the thing he was bringing back. So we, like, both would pick it up. And then we saw this bear. Like, we both just saw this bear, like, out there. And we both just, like, saw it. And we both just, like, it saw us, and then it just looked away. You know, it just looked away and just kind of stood there for a second. So we quickly kind of, like, walked. Like, we walked, but, like, we, like, walked fast. And, like, we, like, walked back into, like, the truck. And then we looked there, and then it just started, like, walking off. And then we, like, drove away. So that was, like, my first bear encounter. It was, like, far away. Like, it wasn't, like, too close to, like, where it really would have, like, been that much of a problem. But it was, like, we were able to see it, and it was able to see us. So, like, that's kind of, like, the range it was at. So that was, like, my first bear encounter. That was, like, my youngest. Okay, I'm trying to think. Because it's been a while, dude. I actually haven't seen bears, like, since I was a kid. You know? Any trees in the way? Well, it was snowy. Like, we were in, like, a place where there was, like, a lot of snow. And I was, like, keep in mind, I was, like, young. Like, I was, like, 7 or 8 or something. So I was, like, bloody... I remember at the time, like, half of my, like, body was, like, in the snow. Like, all my legs were in the snow here. So it was, like, high up snow. So, you know, I don't know if, like, the bear would have been able to, like, run through it that well. But it was, but we kind of just, like, slowly just walked out. But yeah. This probably sounds kind of crazy to you, but, yeah, this is, you know, this is me, but, you know, yeah, so the second time, I was also out with my dad. I was older. I think this one I was maybe 12 or 13, I want to say. And this one was not winter. I want to say this was, like, spring or autumn, actually. It's kind of hard to remember because the thing is, like, spring here, sometimes spring is very springy and it's very, like, good and bright and all that. And other times spring is pretty much just, like, autumn number 2. You know? Sometimes it's just not all that bright and it's really all not that different from autumn, really. So I'm struggling to remember. But it was spring or autumn, you know. And I was out there, too. So I was older, so I was actually carrying the things on my own, you know? Like, I wasn't, like, I would cut the things and I would carry them on my own and stuff, so, most of where we were at was on the top of this, like, mountain hill area. And it was mostly, I would just walk down under this steep hill, and it was it was a steep hill, so you didn't want to fall down there. It was really hard to get back up if you did. So I would go down this hill, cut my things up, walk back, and we pretty much cleared this steep hill here. So we both went out, and we went out into the area where there's more trees, you know, and we were in, you know, a lot of trees around, a lot of logs that were down and stuff like that. So it wasn't really a good place. Like, we were looking there, we were like, yeah, this isn't a good place. So we were thinking about leaving. And we saw a bear right there, too. We saw a bear there. And the bear didn't see us that time. The bear was, like, walking behind. So we saw it kind of, like, walking like in the distance to the side of us, pretty far out, but it didn't see us. So we just saw that, and we're like, yeah, this is a bad place. Let's go. So we went there, went to another area pretty close to that hill we were at, cleaned that up, and then we went. That was it for that day. So that's my second bear story. So, and then my last bear story is the shortest one, but I think this one, I want to say I was like 4. I want to say I was around 4 years old, and all I remember from this, because I barely remember it, because I was really young, right? But all it was, again, out with my dad, we must have really bad luck, but he was getting, like, the Christmas tree, so he was, like, cutting down, like, we were going out to, like, cut down a tree to get, like, the Christmas tree. And, I remember I saw a bear there. But it was, like, down, so it was, like, we were at the edge of these trees, and we were cutting down the trees, so I was just looking around, and I saw a bear there. I think I saw the cubs with it, too, but I might be... Yeah, so I saw this bear pretty much down the hill. Like, I looked down, and pretty much all the way down at this hill, I saw this bear walking. So that's the shortest one. Pretty simple. It didn't see me, but yeah, so... pretty much. Because the thing, I haven't worked with my dad in almost, like, 10 years. It's kind of weird. He was, like, taking me out on these, like, weird journeys or whatever, but... yeah. I haven't seen a bear since. So, that's my bear stories. So, yeah. The thing is, I never realized... it's kind of funny, because I never realized... I never thought of it before, but yeah, it's like, I've seen a bear... You know, like, it's just how it is. Like, you know, bears, you know, I've seen them. But, probably, like, you don't have any, like, reference for that, you know? Like, I never really thought of it in my life. It's, like, the first time I thought of the fact that, like, that might be, like, weird or different for other people, right? But, yeah, so, you know, I've seen bears, but I haven't seen them since, and I walk, like... You know, multiple times a week, going into the forest and stuff. I walk a lot, and I haven't seen a bear since then. I think, actually, I might have seen one on a walk I did. Oh, yeah, actually, I was... this is, okay, I just remembered this. I was actually on a walk with a teacher once. And we did see a bear there. And we were very cautious about that one. We, you know, walked past that one. But, yeah. The past 2 presidents just kill bears. Oh, really? Well, there's that weird picture of, like, Putin, like, riding a bear or something. I like that picture, so, you know. There are bears in California. Well, I've heard that there are bears in California. I heard, like, you have mountain lions or something. At least I heard that in San Jose. I heard, like, like in San Jose there's mountain lions or something. Maybe that's more common. Maybe the mountain lions are more common. I've never seen a mountain lion. I don't think we have mountain lions. We just have, like, bears, lynxes, and we got, deer and whatnot. And moose. Well, not really. I've never really seen... Have I seen a moose? I think, Yeah, you got mountain lions. Yeah. I don't think I've seen a moose. And if I have seen a moose, I've only seen it, like, once. And it would have been, like, again, when I was, like, out with my dad and whatnot. The thing is, like, I was so young, I wouldn't have known if it was a moose or a deer. Because they're kind of similar. So I may have seen, like, one moose, but, like, I haven't seen as many moose as I have, like, bears. So yeah. Yeah, but, yeah, it's, this is what it's like. But hey, I mean, you know, it's peaceful. You know. I mean, it's a chill place, but I mean, honestly, it is. I mean, you know. The thing is, my dad actually has like whatever they're called, the moose antlers. He actually has some. Literally live off the land. No, it's a town. I mean, we got whatever. We got supermarkets. We got whatever. You know. Well, I mean, actually, there are a lot of like farmers. There are a lot of farmers. There are a lot of people who they're like loggers. They'll cut down their own trees and whatnot. But there are people who sort of kind of wing it. Yeah, like there are people who I do know actually, because there's actually like a couple houses that are like way out. We got a Walmart, we got a McDonald's, we got I'm trying to think of what are other brands. Actually, a lot of the brands are very local. Like I don't know if you have like Askew's. I think that's like a Canadian thing. We got like Tim Hortons, that's like a Canadian thing. Oh, we have Burger King. Yeah, we got a Burger King. What else? I don't even know. We have a Wendy's, yeah. So the thing is, we only got a Walmart recently, though. Like we got like a Walmart a couple of years ago, but beforehand we just had like a local mall place. Oh, you have Tim Hortons? Oh, okay. Yeah, like I never know, cause like I hear like Tim Hortons is like a Canadian thing, so I always like just yeah, we have Subway. We've had Subway for like a long time. We've had Subway since I was like a kid. And it's always been in the same place. Some of the places have moved, but you know, the Subway has always been in the same place, forever. For my entire life, always been the same Subway. But yeah, we got Subway, we got like Domino's, we got Pizza Hut, whatever, you know. We used to have a Blockbuster, but the Blockbuster closed down, you know, because all the Blockbusters closed down. So you know. Is what it is. Okay, Granada. I might make Granada that red color. Five Guys Burgers? In and out? No. Don't got that. Yeah, like there are some of these like American things that I hear about that I've like never heard of. Like I talk to a lot of Americans and they're like, "Oh, do you got like Chick-fil-A or whatever?" And like I've never had, like I don't know what that is, so I've never had a Chick-fil-A or whatever it is. So sorry about that one. I never had that, so you know, I don't know. We do have a Starbucks though. We got that, so. You know, we got around half, you know. But hey, like you have a Tim Hortons, so it like kind of evens out, you know. You know, it is what it is. Chick-fil-A is not worth. Okay. Like I would know, because like seriously, I don't know what it is, but like I hear all about this like Chick-fil-A thing. I hear about it like all the time, and you know, it's funny because I don't know. I'm just like, oh, okay, well, never seen it. You know, never seen it, dude. Lines to the other side of town. Really. Maybe I'll make this. Only for religious people? That's kind of a thing, actually, is like where I live does have like a lot of churches, And there are even, like... There are, like, these certain, like, neighborhoods and, like, these certain, like, complexes. Like, these certain, like, building areas where it's, like, a couple of houses, and it's, like, a religious, like, it's, like, a religious neighborhood. Like, it's part of this, you know, like, it's, like, tied to the church and stuff. So it's, like, I don't know if, like, you have that, like, these, like, certain, like, religious neighborhoods where it's, like, all these houses, I guess, are, like, part of the same, like, religious group or something? I don't know. I have that, so... Yeah, but, 2030 car weight. Ah, yeah. Yeah, but, I have, like, a lot of churches, like, in my town. There's, like, 12 or, like, 15 of them or something. Which is, like, quite a lot because, like, my town isn't that big. Like, there aren't, like I said, like, you know, there's a couple, like, restaurants, whatever, but, like, there's, like, a lot of churches, so I don't know, I guess, like, there's, like, a lot of, like, religious people in my town or something. Yeah, I don't know, dude, like, like, the thing is, like, I thought it was, like, a weird thing, because it's, like, these, like, weird, like, religious, like, neighborhood communes or something. I don't know, dude, like, I thought it was, like, you know, I assumed, you know, like, I assumed other places wouldn't have that. I don't know, dude. But it's a thing, so, you know. Yeah, I think, yeah, like, there's a couple of those, for some of the local churches and whatnot. Bloody... I know the Mormons don't have that, actually, because I actually talked with some of the Mormons in my town. Like, I attended their... Like, I would talk with them, and I would talk with their, like, missionaries and stuff. And the, like, leader of their church, he's actually, like, a Japanese guy. Like, he's from Japan and stuff, so it's, you know... So they don't have that. The Mormons don't have that. You know. But some of the other groups have that, so... I don't know. Yeah, but you're talking about, like... highways for religious people or something? Like, they have, like, certain sides of the road that they're on or something? Like, I don't have that where I'm at. Like... Or is it just, like... Oh yeah, like, I'm not religious anymore. Like, I used to be religious, but I'm not anymore. But, yeah, like, I just, basically knew these Mormon guys. And, yeah, you know, I met with them and I talked with them and stuff. I also talked with, like, a Jehovah's Witness guy, like a missionary there too, so, you know. Yeah, so, you know, I sort of had, like, I was sort of known among them, so. Oh, really, really? The thing is, actually, we don't have much of that. It's kind of weird, because, like I said, we have these, like, religious, like, neighborhoods or whatever. But, like, we don't really have, like, lines. Probably because there's not enough people. You know? There's probably, like, not enough people, like, to make much, like, big lines. But, what was I gonna say? The only time we get big lines, actually, it's kind of a funny thing. The only time we get big lines is whenever you go to the Chinese food place. Sometimes you have, like, I guess they're tourists from China, and they come in on these buses, like one big bus or, like, a couple buses, and all these Chinese people come out. Yeah, like, all these Chinese people come out, and they all go to, like, the Chinese restaurant, and they all go there at, like, the same time, and it's, like, this big meeting and stuff, whatnot, so it's pretty crowded then. if I ever go for Chinese food and stuff. Used to be a devout Catholic, got through Catholic side schooling, but I don't see much people going to church Sundays. I was Catholic myself, actually. Yeah. I wasn't confirmed, but like that's what I was like into. Although honestly, like the Catholic Church here, I honestly kind of don't like them because like I tried to get involved with them, but they literally would like never like give me phone, like they would never phone me back. Like literally, I was like phoning them, I was emailing them, I mean, and they like literally like never got back to me. So it kind of sucked, honestly. But yeah, I'm not religious anymore. But at that time, I was like very Catholic, very into that, and honestly, the I'm just gonna say the church here. I don't know. They just, they just didn't get back to me and stuff. Kind of hurt my feelings, I'll admit, because I was very into it at that time. But that's how it goes. So it is what it is. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't. It is what it is. But yeah. Because it's weird, because I was literally talking to these, like, other missionaries at the time of, like, of these other, like, because, like, I was never a Mormon, or I was never a Jehovah's Witness or whatever. I just talked to them because I liked talking about it. Like, we had the whole Bible study stuff. I was into that. And we just talked about it, it was, like, good conversations. They were good people, all that, it was good. I wasn't into it. I wasn't gonna join it or anything, but it was good. I enjoyed it, honestly. I don't regret it, But yeah, so you get what you get. Okay. Revis. Well, Rivas just means river, so that's definitely going to be blue. Some sort of a blue. Okay, I liked that light blue. That's a pretty good. Okay. Rio San Juan. Okay. Now, this is going okay. This is going pretty okay. Yeah, so you said you stopped going to church pretty much after you finish your studies. So are you like out of school? Are you like graduated and stuff? Or, out of college or whatever? Oh, well, thanks, yeah. Yeah, this is, pretty much it. I just, go and, okay, Rio San Juan. That just means, River Saint Juan, pretty much. So, also a river, so, gonna be a blue as well. But maybe, like, a different blue. Maybe like, I don't know, maybe a greenish blue, or... I don't know. Well, that's unique at the least. I don't use too many colors like that. So, okay, that works. Out of high school and college, but I have to go back to get better degrees and such. It's really a time thing, but I don't know what I want to do. Bioengineering is my goal, but I don't think it's time. Bioengineering, okay. I've heard a lot of engineering, but bioengineering, okay. Yeah, I get you, dude. Honestly, it's the same thing for me, because, like, you know, it's kind of a weird thing, because, like, you know... yeah, like the thing with me is, like, I used to, people used to think I was really into school. Basically, like, I did really well in school. I wasn't, like, the biggest fan of school necessarily, but I did really well in school, at least in my last years. Like, I started trying in school, and then I started doing really good at it. And the thing is, I had a lot of people, still have to stream Toho. Oh, you're streaming Toho? Ooh, I might check you out then, actually, if you're into that. You know, wouldn't mind seeing you do stuff. I mean, I'm streaming them as well, so I'll be doing that myself. But you know, right now I was just chilling on this. But yeah, but like basically like. Oh, okay, like, are you, like, a Twitch dude, or, you know, like, or whatnot, you know? Like, you know, like, wherever you're at, I'll, like, watch it. You can be on, like, Daily Motion or whatever, you know, whatever. But, yeah, like, I did, like, really good, like, in all my classes, really. Like, I became, like, one of those, like, oh, you know, premier students, whatever. Like, I honestly was, like, one of the best students, like, of my years in my, like, last high school days, you know? And, like, I actually was, like, doing college classes during high school. Like, I had, like, a history college course during my high school, because I did so well in my history that they literally, like, snuck me into, like, a college class. So that was kind of, like, I mean, you know, that was what it was, but, you know, like, they like, set me up for, like, accounting, and, you know, they wanted me to, like, take more, like, history classes and stuff, but, like, I kind of, like, fell out of that, you know? Like, I just don't have, like, that much of a passion for it, so it's kind of like one of those things where it's, like, I could do it, you know? Like, if I had to do it for, like, a job, like, I would be able to, but it's not, like, the thing I necessarily want that much, you know? So it's kind of like a weird... Yeah, like, it's kind of like a weird... I'm in, like, a weird position. You know that weird position where it's, like, you can do something really good, and, like, everyone wants you to do it, but, like, you don't really want to do it that much, but, like, you could, so you're kind of, like, unsure, that kind of thing. Got moved up in math. I sort of got moved up in math. Like, I did, like, the basic math, and then they, like, pretty much just allowed me to, like, go with that. It was kind of like a weird thing, because, like, there was this deal where, like, I had to complete, like, a certain level... Like, I had to complete, like 2 different, like, math classes or something. Like, these certain ones that they wanted. You could do, like, a couple different ones, but, like, you had to do, like, these 2 certain classes that they wanted. And, I did one of them, and then I did, like, another math class, which wasn't the required one, but they sort of, like, let me get away with that. They're like, well, you did good enough in this first math class, so we'll just, like, kind of count that as both. Some sort of deal like that, so I didn't actually have to, like, if I didn't do that, then I would have had to, like, take another math class before I could actually go into college, so they kind of, like, helped me get into college early with that, because, like, it was sort of like a situation where my grades were so good that, like, they kind of, like, wanted to, like, get me into college as quick as possible, you know? That kind of a thing. So I kind of had, like, honestly, I kind of had, like, a lot of, like, weird... Like, honestly, you know, if I were someone who, you know, wanted to make money, I'll say that. Like, if I were someone who wanted to, like, make money, it's a weird thing, but, like, when people, like, you know, like, want to... Like, people give you offers like that. People are like, hey, I can get you into this this class and you can get this, so we can set you up with this job or whatever. You know, it's a thing where it's like if I was just wanting to make money, then I could have, you know, I could have honestly made a lot of money, frankly. I could have taken these offers that were given to me, and I could have honestly, you know, made money and stuff. Like, honestly, I probably could have made a pretty good amount of money, frankly. But the thing is, like, I just don't really, like, I just don't, I just don't really care about money that much, you know? For me, you know, they're just like, hey, well, you know, we'll set you up with this, we'll set you up with that, and, you know, it's, I appreciate it, but it's just, I just don't care about money that much. Like, for me, if it's not something I really want to do that much, even if you offer me a bunch of money, I'm not gonna do it. If I, you know, like, if I have to do it, I'll do it. But if I don't have to do it, then I won't. I will take the job I enjoy more, but is worth less money, you know, versus the one that you get more money doing it. You know, like, that's just what it is for me. So, you know, it's just something that, like, you don't think of, but it's like, that's how people, like, rise. That's a lot of the way people rise, is they get these certain connections, they get people helping them out, and they take advantage of that. You know, they see what they can get out of that, and then they just go on that. And they, you know, and that's how people, you know, that's how people make their money. But, I just don't care enough. Not like I don't care enough, but for me, it's not about the money. That's pretty much what it is, you know? Like, if that's all I cared about, I could have went on that, and, you know, I probably could have gotten all kinds of setups and stuff, but, yeah, you know. Yeah, because, like, I was in... Honestly, back when I was at school, again, you would not believe some of the things that I actually got into. Because, like, I was in the, like, political science class, you know? And they would take me, I was taken along for, like, the school meetings, like, the school boards, and, like, city hall meetings. Like, I would attend, like, these city hall meetings, and I would be, like, allowed to watch them and stuff like that. Like, things that, like, you wouldn't normally see. Although, a lot of them, too, actually were available to the public. So sometimes, like, some, like, older people in, like, their 70s or something would, like, come into the city hall meetings just to kind of, like, see what's going on. So that was kind of cool. But, yeah, like, I was, like, you know, going to, like, school board meetings and stuff. All those, you know, because it gets weird, because honestly, in the last couple of years, ever since COVID came, obviously, I've just been chilling. Like, I've been pretty much at home all the time. But, like, back in those days, I was, like, I was getting all these offers and all these trips and all of these things going on in my life. And, you know, it was kind of, it was shocking to me because, you know, I mean, beforehand, obviously, I didn't really get all that much, because honestly, before high school, I never got respect. I never got respect, really, because I didn't really try in school. I didn't really care. But then in high school, I decided to try. So then I started trying, and then I started, like, doing really good. And then, seriously, you know, you do good, and, you know, some of these teachers, you know, they'll really push you if they, you know, really are into you. So, I mean, I do gotta thank the teachers, because, you know, some teachers wouldn't care, right? But these teachers, they were, you know, they really were trying to push me and stuff. So, you know, sort of, I guess, kind of, it's disappointing, sort of, because, like, there's, like, all this potential, but, like I said, you know, I'm doing what I want to do. I'm really happy doing what I'm doing, you know, like, I am, so, you know, as of now, so, you know, I'm taking it in stride. I'm taking it where I want to go and stuff, so, that's really what I say, you know, that's, like, what I say, you know, go where you have to go. You know, like for me, honestly, I would only be super serious about money if I like absolutely needed it, or HS was good for me until we got a new band teacher. Yeah, high school was good. I never did band actually. Yeah, I never did band actually. I knew a lot of people who were in like the drama class, you know? So they had a lot of stories, and that was kind of interesting. That's the weird thing, is like almost everyone in my class, because I was also in like, here's the funny thing actually, I was in like a special needs class initially. Like I was in like in my high school, I was in the class that you're in, basically like if you need for like basic like career advice and stuff, like pretty much like if you were like a scrub or you had like a disability, you were in the class of it. So like I went into high school literally in the disabled class, and then I like left high school and I was like doing like early college courses and all this stuff, like all this crazy stuff. So it's kind of weird, but everyone in that class I was in, all of them were in art and they were in drama, like all of them. So, but I really wasn't. So it's kind of a weird thing, but. He took me off most musical things on purpose and just hated the drum section. He just didn't care in comparison. Yeah, I get that. You know. Oh, bloody what was it coming to mind? Oh, I was trying to think of something. My middle school math teacher. My middle school math teacher was like a lot like that. In fact, a lot of my middle school teachers were kind of like that. My middle school sucked. Honestly, my middle school sucked. It was really bad. Everyone hated it. It was actually like one of the worst parts of my life, really. My high school was better. Like, my high school, I would say, pretty good. The only, like, the worst a teacher was in my high school was meh. Or, like, okay. But all the, you know, they've ranged from, like, quite, like, really good, actually, to meh. But I had, my middle school math teacher sucked. He actually came in to basically, like, take up a teacher who retired. And he came in and, you know, very, like, critical of everything you did. You know, only would teach things in his way. You know, wasn't... You know, because I had a lot of problems learning math in the conventional way. Like, I'm good at math, but, like, I'm not really that good at learning it in, like, the textbook way. And he was, like, a textbook dude. Like, he was, like, a firm, you have to learn it my way, or you're wrong kind of thing. And, you know, I really sucked when that's what happened, you know? Like, I did really bad at that point, because... Like literally, like, the thing is, at that point, like, I actually didn't know proper math. This is the funny thing. I did everything in my head. For the most part back then. I knew, like, a couple... You know, I did, like... You know, you know, I knew how to do some of the methods, but for the most part, I just did things in my head, because I was really good at that. And I did that, and, you know, I just got all this crap all the time from doing it in my head. And it's like, you know, like, whatever. Like, I'm just doing it my own way, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, let me just do what I'm doing, you know? Like, so long as it's right, who cares? That's really what it is. That's a lot of times why I don't like the English teachers, is because it's like, you'll do something, you'll write something, it's like, it's correct, it's good, you know, all that. And then you give it to them, and they're like, yeah, you didn't use the words I like. You know, you should, you know, I don't like your writing style, this and that. It's like, whatever, you know? Like, so long as it's right, who cares? Like, isn't that the point, you know? If I spelled everything right, and I used all the right punctuation, like, who cares if I didn't use, like, the specific word you wanted or whatever? So it's like, that's what it is, like, all these English teachers. They all, you know, they all correct things that don't need to be corrected. And it just sucked, you know? But honestly, like, the English classes for me kind of sucked, because I think they were taught in a horrible way. Like, the way our English classes were taught, pretty much, like, all the way through, like, elementary school, middle school, the only thing they did was, like, spelling tests. Spelling tests over and over and over. Spelling tests, like, every week a spelling test. We always did these spelling tests, and then, you know, we did that, and then middle school it was the same thing, spelling tests, but then they would just, like, read a book, and you would, like, read a book, and then that was it. And then high school, they tried to start, like, teaching the punctuation. But, like, it was weird because, like, in high school, they tried to teach the punctuation, but they also sort of, like, assumed that you already, like, knew it. So they were like, why don't you know how to use your commas right and stuff? And I was like, oh, they didn't really, like, you know, like, they didn't really, like, teach much of that before, so... You know, it was like... Yeah, it just sucked because they just didn't teach it. In fact, the thing is, my English now is so good that I've actually taught people, like, how to write in English. Like, honestly, like, English is one of my best things. English and history were my best things. I was good at a lot of things, but those are my best things. And honestly, I taught pretty much, in terms of, like, grammar, punctuation, all that, I taught all that to myself by myself. Literally by, like, reading about stuff on the internet and stuff. Like, it's all self-taught, because my English classes were crap. Honestly, they sucked. Simply put, they just sucked at teaching it. But, so much homework from my class. I just never wanted to write pages just to get, like, 1% of final grade. Yeah. Again, like, my middle school was all about homework. My middle school was all about the homework. Like, it was all homework all the time, and it sucked. Also, like, my later elementary school days were about that too. Homework all the time. But then I got to high school, and they were, like, a lot lighter on that. In fact, the thing is, a lot of times, I would be able to finish it in class. Like, if you did it, you know, like, you do it, you use your time wisely, and I finish it. So they didn't spam us with homework. They were actually a lot better paced with that, I think, in high school. Even for, like, math and English and stuff like that, they were actually a lot better paced with that. The only time I had a lot of homework is when I did this one psychology class. But the thing is, that entire class was homework. Like, it was literally just like it was just, like, by myself. Again, another, like, weird special class I was put into. But, like, it was basically, like, completely homework. You know? So, that was a cool one, because, like, there was no teacher, nothing like that. I just went into it, and I would, like, go into this room in, like, the corner of the school where there was a computer, and I would just chill, do it, and that was it. And it was actually, like, really cool. Like, it was really, like, relaxing. Because I was just in this chill room by myself. Like, that was it. Like, you know, didn't need to worry about all the other school stuff. I just, you know, I just did it myself. So it was yeah. Usually was able to finish most stuff in class. Yeah, like, I was too, actually. In fact, like, a thing they were starting to put into, like, my high school later on is, like, they were giving people spares. I don't know if that was a thing for you, but they would give you, like, a spare, which is basically, like, just, like, an extra time to do homework, you know? Like, oh, we'll just, instead of giving you a class this time, we'll just give you a spare. I know a lot of people were getting that. And actually, I did get one of those. And the funny thing about it is, I actually took an extra year of high school. Like, after I graduated from high school, I went back and did more high school, and I did, like, college at the same time. And like I said, I did that whole, like, weird politics, like, local politics council thing too. So I was doing all that. And I had spares, and what I did with my spares, because I got everything done on time, so what I did with my spares is I would just go walking. I would go on a walk around, and then come back on time. And I was walking, like, every day during that time in school. I was walking every day, and it actually was a great thing. You know, got me really fit, got me, you know, healthy and stuff. So it was actually a great thing. It was actually a really good thing to just be able to just walk and then come back to school, do that. Because walking will refresh your mind, too, you know? You go walking, and then you come back, and then you feel like a lot more, you know, like ready to go, you know? So, yeah, but honestly, it was pretty good that I was able to walk, because I probably would have gone crazy if I had, because I was really stacked that year, like I said. Yeah, like I was really stacked that year, because like I said, college, high school after high school, and like this like local politics thing that I was doing too. So honestly, if I didn't have that walk, I probably would have gone like crazy. But I had this walk, so I was chilling. And, you know, it was good. It was good to have the walk, so I appreciate that. Technically, I didn't need to use it for a walk, but that's what I used it for, and it was really good, so... See, it was very Canadian. Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know, like, how the American, like, system works, because, like, I'll talk to, like, Americans, and here's the thing, like, they're all like, oh, what are you, like, a freshman, or are you, like, a sophomore, or, like, whatever it is. Like, the thing is, like, we never had, like, those terms. Like, we just go, like, grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. Like, that's all we do, right? Like, we just do, like, the numbers. And then, like, if you're a college guy, you know, like, you're just, like, a college guy. Like, that's pretty much it, you know? So, we had senior ditch day, where we walked out of class. Oh, really? I think we did a thing like that, actually. Yeah, there was I never, like, was in on it. Like, I never, like, did it myself, but, like, I knew, like, a bunch of other people who did. There was, like, a weird thing. Like, the seniors got that. I know, like, the juniors didn't, you know? Because I was, because, like, when it happened, like, it happened, like, every year except when I was actually, like, graduating and stuff, right? So it didn't happen that year. But for the other years, it happened. And yeah, like, people, like, walked out and chilled. And then some of, like, the juniors, or, like, the grade 10s or grade 9s or whatever, grade 11s, they like, went out too, and they, like, tried to, like, pretend that they were, like, older students and stuff. So, like, I remember that. So it was kind of like a funny thing. But, yeah, we had that. Yeah, we had, like, Halloween. Like, do you have Halloween? I know, like the high school thing seems to, like, be doing Halloween. And they have, like, these fun Halloween parties. Did you have, like, fun Halloween stuff? We had that. That was pretty good. Yeah, like, I never had, like, any of those, like, dancing things. Like, there's, like, the prom or whatever it is. We had, like, I think a prom thing, but I, like, never went to it. Because, like, you know, like, I was literally, like, that, like, bookworm dude. Like, I never had a girlfriend or whatever. I was just that dude chilling, like, doing his homework or whatever. But I'm not even doing homework. Like I said, I didn't, usually I finished my homework before I did it. Usually I didn't have homework, but, you know. What? Slave Day? I've never heard of that. Whoa, that's, Slave Day. We never had that. Wow. Sometimes we had a, what was it called? We had, like, a yard sale thing. Like, sometimes we would have this thing where, like, they would set up, like, the cafeteria, all, like, the tables and stuff. And they would, you'd be able to, like, bring in your stuff and have, like, a yard sale. Like, oh, or like, whatever you call it. Like, they bring it in and, like, you can, like, sell stuff, pretty much. Like, oh, I have this. You want to sell this? And, like, you know, people would buy stuff, you know. Yeah, so that was, like, pretty cool. And some people even, like, had, like, their own mini businesses that they sort of, like, advertised and stuff. So that was cool. That was cool. They would allow us to go into the middle of the school during lunch, so we can set up drums and guitars so we could play music to everyone. That's honestly really cool. We didn't have that, actually. again, I never was in the music class, but it's kind of funny because that sounds really cool. I probably would have liked that actually, but our like music group, they had like a lot of like hype because I don't know if it's like an orchestra thing or whatever it is, but like pretty much they would like save the music class for like these certain events, and like the music class would prepare like these certain songs. So whenever like they went to like whatever it is, an assembly or whatever it is, you know, when like, you know, they bring all the students together and like, you know, they usually would have like the music class like play a song and stuff like that. And I actually think because some of the students were nerds, probably a lot of them were nerds actually. And I remember actually for the music class thing, like near the end of the year, because like in the last month they would have like the music class show off all their things that they did, right? And I remember they played the Halo theme and they played the Star Wars theme. The like orchestra music class, they played that. So that was like kind of cool. And they played other songs too. They played like marching band songs. So I don't know, maybe our music class is like a little more like cultured or something. Like they're more like professional or something. But yeah, I probably would have liked that if I just got to like see them around, but they kind of like kept them in the dark, kept them hidden and stuff. They stopped us forever after my friend started singing this racist song. But yeah, we didn't think it was racist. It was all bad, but we had to explain how it wasn't. Oh, really? Yeah, like the thing is, like the music class for us, again, like they seemed to be like really professional or something, because like they like kept them hidden, you know, like so. You know, they probably, I don't know, at my school they probably were like doing that, like in the dark or whatever, but like we didn't see it, you know? Because like I remember like, you know, back then people were like getting out chalk and stuff, and they were like putting down memes, like they were putting down like Pepe and stuff and like Trump memes back when that was hot, you know, because I was like, you know, like back then that's like when Trump like became president and stuff, like back when I was in school and stuff. So, you know, around that time, right? So, like there were like people like making all those memes and stuff like that at the time. So that was interesting. But yeah, like you know, it's just yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. So. Love setting up, though, because there was a lot of hidden talent in our school. Lots of people would try to play the drums / guitar and just chill with us while we play while everyone eats. Yeah, that's like the great thing, is like, you know, like you get to like kind of like teach someone about it, you know, like you get to like answer questions and stuff, you know, like that's like the cool thing. Because like I never like knew what was going on with like the music people, because literally they were in like the corner of the school, like they were in like the absolute corner on like the bottom floor in like this dark room, and they even had like these windows around it that like prevented you from seeing it. I'm like, why are the music people so secretive? You know, it's like they got to do all these like shadowy preparation or whatever. I don't know, maybe it's just a different thing, maybe it's just like a Canadian thing, and you know, you guys are more chill about it or something. I don't know what it is, but like I never got to see the music people. They were all just, you know, I don't get it. Like, honestly, I'll say this: the nerds were probably more, you know, like more known than like the music people. I don't know what it is, but seriously, these people were all like Batman in the shadows and whatnot. I never saw them. I only saw them when they got to actually play. When they played, they were good. Like they actually were like quite good. But seriously, it was, I don't know, dude. Like, you know? Yeah, but like, there are like a lot of these like bands like around my town and stuff. Like you can go to like the mall, and there's like this, I don't know what you would call it, but like, they'll have like different like people in, doing different kinds of songs and different kinds of things. You know. And there's like people just chilling on the streets sometimes, playing music and stuff like that. There's actually right next to the supermarket, there's actually like a piano like out in the streets. There's like a piano that's like kind of like built into the ground, and people will go on there and like play on that piano and like show off their like piano skills. It's like a weird thing. It's like a recent thing they put in there, but there's like actually like a piano that someone just like put there. So it's kind of like a music square sort of area. You know, like I'll see people there. Some guy will be like on the piano, another guy will show up with his guitar, and they'll kind of just, you know, chill for a bit. It's kind of a weird thing, but it's kind of cool. I like it. So yeah, the smart people ruled your school. The smart people, again, like, it was kind of similar to me, where it's like, if you were one of the smart students, a lot of times they would kind of take you away. Like, they would, like, take you into, like, these other special classes, and they would be like, hey, you know? So it's like the smart people were kind of quiet, because, like, we didn't really have preppies or anything, because if anyone was a preppy, or if they were, like, smart, they would all be in these other different classes doing whatever. Like, they would be, like, you wouldn't see them. They'd be off doing their own little adventure thing or whatever. So, you know, honestly, I don't think there was really... Probably the most popular thing in our school was the art class. Because like I said, they would like do these like meme things that they would draw, and they would do all these sculptures. And they were like really like widely known, and like everyone wanted to go in the art class. Like you were actually really lucky if you were able to get in there, because like everyone wanted to go there. So like there were like a lot of like requests that couldn't be fulfilled. So it's like the art classes seemed to be like the kind of like most popular thing for me, like in my school. The art people were pretty like chill for the most part, but yeah, like it was like, you know, not many people could get in there, so. They don't have much places over here. Fridays were good for the movie plaza we have. You always see the cool kids hanging out there near all the stores and Big Fountain. You know, honestly, it's like... Again, maybe it's because I'm in like kind of a more like rural place, but honestly it seemed like all the cool dudes were mainly like the jock types. You know, like they were like, you know, like they were cool. You know, they were hanging out, they were doing all they were and all their stuff, right? And the thing is though, it's like the movie theater where I am is like kind of lame. Like it's like no one seems to go to the movie theater. So it's like if you go to the movie theater, it's like kind of like actually really cool because almost no one goes there. So you go there and it's like very quiet, and the crowd's like, you know, very quiet, like very like respectable. So it's actually like pretty good. The movie theater here is kind of underrated just because no one goes there. So it's, you know, it's kind of good. But they also play Yu-Gi-Oh! / Magic because they host tournaments there every Friday. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we suck at having that. Like that's the thing. It's like because I hear about schools where they have like anime clubs and they got like card game clubs and they got like board game clubs and video game clubs and stuff like that. We don't have that. You know, like we never had stuff like that because again, it's like the jocks. They're always in. In fact, actually, not only were the jocks always into it, but like the jocks had all the clubs. Like, they had all the different sports clubs. You got, like, football club, hockey club, baseball club, whatever, all these different clubs. And then we had, like, no club for the nerds. Like, there was no nerd club. Not even, like, any nerd club. Nothing. So it's like all the nerds were kind of, like, on... They were kind of just around. They kind of, like, mingled, you know? Because there wasn't, like, a place for the nerds to just go and hide and be nerds. They sort of just... kind of just were there, you know? You know? So... Yeah, it's like... it was kind of rough being a nerd because you never knew who the other nerds were, you know? Because the nerds, we didn't have a place to be ourselves, so we kind of, like... I didn't stick in, because I always stuck out like a sore thumb. Everyone knew I was, you know, how I was. But, like, the other nerds who were, like, less less nerdy than me. I never could find them, so yeah. There were a lot of clubs. Yeah, like we needed clubs. We did like you had, like we yeah, like we had the bloody all we had really is we had the like I said, a million sports clubs. I think there might have been like a library thing, but it was like very minor. And there was no nerd club, no like, not even like a book club, like for book people to talk about books, like nothing like that. Like, pretty much like I said, if you were a nerd, you either were just like totally in the shadows, or you were one of like the preppy, like good grades guys, and then you were like in the whole secret program where, oh, we're gonna take you into this different class, and like that kind of a thing. So it was, I don't know, it's part of the reason why like it was really hard to like tell like who, like what was going on with everything, because it's like I said, it seems like a lot of the most prominent things were quiet. Like I said, the music guys were quiet. The nerds were quiet. The preppies were quiet. The jocks weren't quiet. The jocks were the only ones who stuck out, and they had everything. But the thing is, it's like the jocks, like there's nothing with that when it's like there's no like comparison. Like you can't have your jocks without your nerds, but you don't even see the nerds, so it's kind of lame. Wasn't much bullying or anything either. Like I said, it was just kind of like this weird thing where it's like, the jocks were in the spotlight, and then like everyone else who was actually like getting good grades was just like invisible. But they weren't like invisible, but you just didn't know about them. Sports school? Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of like that. Yeah, it's kind of like that, honestly. Yeah, yeah, like, honestly, the only guys who you saw were, like, the sports guys. Some people you saw, the people you did see are, like, whatever you would call them, like, the valedictorians or whatever. Like, the popular students, I would see them for, like, the class elections or whatever you want to call them. I would see those people, and they were usually sort of like they were sort of like in the middle. A lot of like the like valedictorian dudes. They were sports dudes, but they were also like good grades and other stuff. But yeah, what sports do they play over there? Well, a lot of hockey, of course, because like it's Canada, so a lot of hockey. Street hockey mostly at the school. But we have like a rink, so sometimes people play hockey there. But basketball, a lot of basketball. We never really played baseball, at least in my high school. In my elementary school and in my... Not really even in my middle school. Like, we played a lot of baseball in the elementary school because it had, like, the perfect, like, place for it, Like, it had, like, a really good field. They even had, like, whatever you would call it. Like, they had, like, an indent in the ground that pretty much acted like a perfect, like, base area, like, for baseball. So it was pretty much, like, made for it. The other places, they didn't really have, like, good enough... Like, they were either too hilly or they didn't have enough room or whatever, so they just weren't good. But a lot of basketball. Soccer, yeah. I would say... probably hockey, basketball, soccer, and then, like... rarely they would play lacrosse, if you've seen that. They would play lacrosse. That was probably, like, the main thing they did. So there was that. And that's mostly what they did. It was, yeah, just indoor stuff. Because the thing is, like, if you weren't into the indoor sports, or like the main things they were doing, what they would do, there are two things they would do. The first is they would send you to like the weight room, like the exercise room, and they would just put you on the machines and stuff, and they'd be like, hey, do this, blah, blah, blah. So you would just work out. And the other thing they would do is they just send you on hikes. Like I said, I was in this one class. It was like the not PE class. Do you call it PE? We call it like PE, physical education, whatever. Like the gym class or whatever. And I was put in this different class. It was they called it pole. It was like a really weird thing, but basically it was like the hiking class. Basically that was, if you don't want to play sports, you go into that class and they'll take you on a bunch of hikes. So like I went into that class, and at that time I was not fit. Yeah, like I was not fit, so I struggled with the hikes. But like I said, after that, I started hiking a lot. Like, I was, like, hiking every day and stuff, so now I'm really good with it. But back then, I wasn't used to it, and they were, like, that was just a hiking class. Like, it was just, like, it was weird because, like, the people in that class weren't even that friendly. Like, they would just go on these hikes, and they were, like, sort of quiet. Other than with their, like, close friends, but the sports dudes, the sports dudes were all, like, friendly with each other. Like, the sports dudes were all, like, bros. Like, they, like, loved each other. So it was kind of wholesome. Like, I wasn't in on the whole sports thing, but those guys really were, like, really good friends with each other and stuff. Like, they were, like, really good on the teammate stuff, so, yeah. Yamano Susume, encouragement of climb? I've never heard of that, but honestly, I'll have to, oh, bloody. I'm writing that down, dude. I'm writing that down, dude, because it sounds like something that's up my alley. An anime about hiking? I'm up for that. Yeah, I'll write that down, dude. Yeah, that's going on my list, dude. I'll see that, so... Yeah, like honestly, that's the thing. It's like hiking with like friends is like a good thing, actually. You know, like if you're able to do it, like I say, like just call up one of your bros and be like, hey, you know, like you want to like go on a walk for a bit, whatnot. Like it's a good thing. Like it's it's a good thing. You go out there, good for the mind, good for the body, good for the friendship. It's a good thing. I would do it more, but, like, my friends, they aren't really all that, like, they aren't really all that up for it, you know? Like, they're either, like, way too busy. Like, I have one friend who's, like, the busiest dude in the world, and I can't organize anything with him, you know? And then most of my other friends are sort of, like, far away. So it's, like, they're, like, around where I live, but they're, like, pretty far away from where I live, so it's, like, kind of awkward. But, if you got, if you got some friends, and you can call them up and go on a walk for a bit, I think it's a good idea, so, yeah. Yeah, it's just good, like, yeah, and even if it's like a chill walk, like you don't need to go on some like hiking mountain adventure every time or whatever, but whatever, just go on a walk, whatever. It's just good. I mean, I personally, I even walk around to like think, it's like, oh, I got to think. Well, let me just walk back and forth, walking back and forth. Okay, so let's get this down here. I got my anime list, right here. Okay, I'm going on my list here. Okay, let's get it here. So, Yamano Susume. Encouragement of climb. That is, that sounds pretty beautiful, I must say. Okay, I got that. Okay, I got that down there. So, okay. Haven't been climbing since forever, really, especially in the cold. Wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it's like I don't go on, you know, like I don't walk that much when it's wintertime because it kind of sucks because of like slipping and stuff. But honestly, you know, back when I was a kid and I was like going into the woods during wintertime and stuff like that, it's honestly a lot better when you're like walking in the forest in winter because on a road you're gonna like slip and stuff, right? But like there's not really ice in like a forest, you know, like if it's like if you're not walking on like a path, right? So, yeah, like, it's honestly not that bad. It's just, you know, the main thing is just it's annoying getting to the forest. But once you're in the forest, it's not that bad, you know. But I usually sort of like take a break from my walks during winter. I don't stop it completely, but I take a break from it, and then it's spring, and then I go out and do a lot of walks because I get really pumped about that. And then summer, you know, I'll still be out there, but I'll be out a little less because, you know, it's hot, and, you know, don't want to be out like every day in summer. So, you know. But yeah, you know, you gotta like balance it. Yeah, but like, there's also like the rock climbing stuff. And, if you mean climbing in that way, like the rock climbing stuff, that kind of went away. Like in my high school, they never had like a rock climbing wall thing, so we could never do it. In my middle school, they had like a rock climbing wall. But in the high school, they never did, so we like never did it, which is weird because like the high school, like I said, my high school was like Sports World. Like they had all this equipment, all this stuff, whatever. Like literally, you had the whole gym room, which had like, you know, it had the whole court and stuff like that all there. And then you had this upper room where you had the workout room, and it was like just as big or whatever as like the gym with all its stuff there. You know, all this. And it's like, I don't know, dude. It was crazy. You know, it was like the biggest gym thing I'd ever. It was bigger than the actual like gym that you can like go to in the town. It's like, you know, it's like a school gym you usually think is going to be smaller than like a gym that you pay for, but no, it's like premier high school gym because they were in this. But Grandpa used to have a rock climbing place. Worked at a ranch out in the middle of the mountains. So fun. Oh, really? That's nice. Ah, yeah. Like, the thing is, I actually know a guy. Well, I don't really know him, but, like, he's, like, a friend of my dad. And my dad knows, like, a lot of people. And, he's this guy where basically his job is just to hike way out into the mountains. He like walks into like this random area in the mountains, like way out, and then with shovels, he carries like shovels with him, and then he'll like dig a hole in the ground, and then he digs the hole in the ground so they can put power lines there, like, you know. That's what he did. Well, he's old now, so he doesn't do that now, but like back in the day, he did that, right? So he like walked all the way out in this random place in like the bush in like the mountains and just like dug a hole there by himself, and then they use that for where they put power lines. So that's that's just an interesting one because, you know, he was a walker. He's more of a walker than me. He just walks, so, you know. It was like a lake ranch, and there were 2 separate dorms and huge open spaces. There were ostriches, horses, tennis courts, bows and arrows, and we could drive the golf carts. Whoa, this sounds like an awesome place. Whoa. You got like a tennis court and like a golf place? Like the same place? Whoa. Whoa, this is quite the place. Whoa. Whoa. This is because the thing is, I've seen all those before, but I see them all like separately. I can't believe that you have like all of this as like a lake with boats. Whoa, like this is. That's the funny thing is like, I mean, I'm sure it's the case, but I'm like hearing all of it at once, and I'm like, whoa, this is like a lot for my mind to comprehend. Whoa. Because I went like camping once to this one place with like these lodges and stuff like that. And it had like these like I don't know what you call them, like these ATV things that you could like drive sort of like through water with. And they had boats too. Like it was like this good like lake place out there. So it was like what you're saying, but it didn't have like all this other like tennis court golf course stuff, like all like wrapped into one. That sounds really cool. Honestly, that sounds like a great place. Like, you know, it's like a funny thing because, yeah, it's like the thing is that just sounds so cool because it's like honestly, like I know because all the people, like I'll tell you actually, like. In Canada, all the people, they go vacationing in like 3 places. There's 3 places they go. They either go to Phoenix, Arizona, they go to Cuba, or they go to Mexico. That's like all 3 of them. And the thing is, like, I've actually never left my country. Like, I've never gone on some kind of like giant travel outside my country or anything like that. So, if I were to like leave my country, I would want to go to like some place like that, you know, go somewhere like there where you can just like do whatever. Like, oh yeah, because I like golf myself. I like tennis for what it's worth. Like those are really the only sports I like. I like golf and I can enjoy tennis. Although I have a lot of troubles like playing tennis, but I like playing it, you know. But that's what I like. So I would love to like go there and just like chill and like play games and do like all that, you know? Like honestly sounds awesome. Honestly sounds like A tier, like sounds amazing, honestly. This sounds like awesome and chill. I'd rather do that than go to, I don't know, whatever people do in the cities or whatever they do in Cuba or something. Just go to like a place like that. Just chill, like mountain forest place. And, you know, just do whatever. Play your games, play your sports, you know, all that. You know? Again, I said I wouldn't want to be rich, but if I were rich, then, you know, that's what I would be doing. You know? Yeah, that's where I'd be at. So. Buy land in Texas. Mountain Village is the dream. Yeah, dude, honestly. I mean, I live in Mountain World. I live in like a very mountainy place. And yeah, like honestly sounds like the dream. Sounds like the best place. Sounds like where I want to just like retire and just live forever. Like if I were rich, then this is like the place where I would live. Like honestly. I would live in this like chill mountain world, honestly. Yeah. Sadly, I don't live in a very, like, luxurious, you know, situation that much. But, you know. Yeah, you know, I get what I get. So, you know. Yeah, but we had, like, air hockey, too, actually. Like, back in the day. Like, we had air hockey and we had, like, foosball, you know? Like, you remember that? Like, because we had this air hockey, and people, like, it was at, like, my daycare. And, like, people, like, were, like, really, like, intense over this air hockey. It was really weird. But like we would like play this air hockey and people were playing it like really like fast. Like they were playing it like fast paced. And it was like loud too, because like when you play it like really like fast and like you're like hitting the thing like really hard, it's actually like really loud. So, yeah, like, it's weird. Like, foosball's kind of loud too, but, like, these air hockey dudes, like, they were, like, really serious about it. So it was, like, kind of funny, because, like, air hockey you usually think is, like, really, like, chill. But, like, these guys were, like, pro about it. So it was, like, funny. Yeah, but we had that. We had, like, pinball. So I was good. I was good at the pinball, actually. Like, I remember actually one time they took me out to this place. And, it was kind of nice because, I didn't get much, like, you know, I didn't, most people, I was kind of a nerd, okay? Like, for most of my time, I was pretty, like, isolated. But I was playing pinball, and I was doing really good at this pinball game. And, like, one of the older kids, he was, like, hyped, like, watching me. He was like, oh, whoa, like, you know, like, you beat, like, the previous record. Oh, man, you're going. And he was like, hey, you know, like, these other guys, like, he was kind of like a jockish dude, you know? So he was, like, cool and all that. And he was like, hey, dudes, wait for a second. I'm watching this kid play pinball. He's doing epic. And it was actually kind of like a really fun moment in my life, you know, because, you know, like, you know, honestly, you don't get that much moments when you're kind of like the nerd. Like, you don't get many of those moments where, like, you have a dude, like, cheering you on. So I was, like, doing epic at pinball. And it was a good moment. So, you know, I remember that one, and it was good. So, you know, your sister was good at pinball. Ah, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, honestly, it's like, yeah, the girls really did not play much games where I'm at. Again, I don't know if, like, the thing is, like, again, I've been here forever, so I don't know if, like, things are different or something in other places, but, like, all the dudes were playing the air hockey. All the dudes were playing the pinball. They were playing the whatever, the foosball and stuff. It was, like, all dudes, and, like, the girls, like, never played it. Like, ever. I, like, never saw them play it. I think, actually, like, this will be very fitting. This will be very fitting. This will be very fitting. But the only time I had the girls played one of the games is when they played air hockey. And they would play air hockey with me. They played air hockey on occasion with me, and I played air hockey with a couple of the other chill dudes. But I obviously wasn't that great at air hockey, so I never got to play it with, like, the cool, epic, like, air hockey pros. But, you know, it was kind of like that. So Tetris, pinball, etc. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Well, it's like the games I see most girls play. A lot of times now, it's like it's either like these puzzle games and stuff, or it's like the what do you call it? You know those like sim games, or like those games where you like develop a town and like that kind of stuff, like mobile games, stuff like that. You know, like that's a lot of the stuff I see girls play. You know. That's fine, you know, like, you know, it's like chill. That's like the good thing about it. The girls play the chill games. Yeah, it's, you know, it's like whatever, like, you know, if the boys want to like play their like insane RPGs and like whatever, like action adventure, whatever, Grand Theft Auto, whatever, then whatevs, you know, whatever, like, you know. And then the girls want to, like, play, like, the chill, whatever you call it. I don't even know what the genre is, but you know what I'm talking about. These, like, town development games, you know what I'm saying. I just don't know what, like, the genre is called. But, like, that, and, like, puzzle games and stuff, you know, yeah, you know. Yeah, no problem with that, so. Yeah, because honestly, it's like, I'll say that, actually, is like, the phone games kind of like brought the girls back into games. You know what I mean? Because honestly, like back when it was like only game consoles, you know, because I remember like back when I was a kid and whatnot, like no one played with their phone. I mean, like, we didn't even have phones at that time, and like back in the day. But like even when phones came out, no one was playing these like mobile games. We played video game consoles. So you were like, oh, I got my Game Boy, I got my whatever, I got my DS, whatever. That's what we played, like at daycare or whatever, you know, because we didn't have consoles or whatever. So at daycare, you bring your DS or whatever and you play that. And the girls, you know, they didn't play that, you know. The girls didn't have DSs, they didn't care, whatever. But then like phones came out, and then like the girls are always like on the phones, like all, you know. And then now the girls are playing all the time on these games or whatever, right? So it kind of like revived like the female market of these games. So I don't know. I guess it's some kind of marketing thing, but honestly, it's a thing. So because I saw it, like seriously, like, you know, because again, I don't know if it's like I'm living. You know, because I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's like a thing where it's like just the girls where I live were very like ungamey. You know, maybe like the city girls are more gamey or something. But like, you know, whatever. Like when I was a kid, the girls never played the games, like ever. Which was kind of like sad for me because back then, like, I only was into the games. That was like the only thing I could like talk about though. Like I was like I was only into video games, so I couldn't talk to any of the girls. You know, like when I was like 7 or like whatever, 7 or 8, whatever. I just couldn't talk to them because all I cared about was like video games, and they like literally knew nothing about it. So I couldn't like even really talk to them. But yeah, the jocks weren't really like much different. The jocks played games though; they got it. Like the jocks like understood it, you know. So it's like, yeah, like at my daycare, I got along better with like the sporty people better than I did in school. It's more chill, you know. Like when you have like a daycare and it's just like maybe like 20 kids, something like that. There would have been more pro-female gamers that get more views than the actual good gamers, lol, had to get them off the AAA titles. Well, the thing is now is, like, honestly, this is the sad thing, right? This is the really sad part about it, is that, like, when I was a kid, right, like, the girls never played the video game consoles. They never played... Like, they never played handhelds, they never played consoles, they never played games. I mean, it's like, for me, they just didn't play them, right? And then, like, the phones came out, and then they played their phone games and stuff like that. And that's fine, whatever. Like, that's what they like, again, like I said. But, like, now you have, like, this whole Twitch thing where, where, like, you have these, like, women playing games, and the only reason they're playing the games is because they're, like, showing off for these dudes. You know, these dudes come on, and they're all like, oh, you're like a gamer girl, right? Oh, will you be my friend? And oh, here's my money, and stuff like this. And I'm like, it just makes me so sad, because it's like, you know, these guys, they basically just, like, they're really into games, and they just want, like, a girl to talk to, like, about games. And then they're watching, like, these, like, Twitch girls who really aren't really into games. They're just, like, playing games to get the attention of, like, nerds, honestly. And I just kind of feel sad about it, because it's like, you know, it's just sad, you know, honestly. But, I mean, whatever. Like, the thing is, like, I'm not really, like, a Twitch guy, you know? Like, I'm not, like, a Twitch guy, but, like, whenever I go on Twitch, like, a lot of what's recommended to me is, like, this, like, obvious clickbait, like, a girl playing a game stuff. Like, a lot of times that's what I see. And it's kind of, like, weird to me, so... Yeah, like, that's the thing, is, like, I was wondering if, like, I was crazy or something. I was like, you know, like, am I the only one seeing this? Or is, like, you know, like, this is, you know... That's how it is. And, yeah, it's just, you know, I don't know, dude. But, yeah, like, the trends are just weird now, because, like, you know, it's like, it's this weird thing where it's like, these nerds are like, oh, I wish the girls would play games like me, but, like, And then, like, the girls, like, do play the games to sort of, like, take advantage of the guys. And then the guys sort of, like, fall for it. But, like, they are, like, well-meaning. And then, like, at the same time, you have these, like, weird, like, new, like, male trends where, like, guys are like, oh, like, resist the coom, don't simp, whatever, be a Chad, Sigma male, whatever it is. And it's like, it's just so, like, it's just funny to me, because I'm, you know, it's, honestly, it's just, you know, honestly, if you really want to talk to a girl about games, you know, then just play the games girls like, honestly. It's a funny thing. It's a funny thing. Because honestly, I've never played Touhou Lost Word. Weird topic that I'm getting to. But a lot of the girls like Touhou Lost Word. I'm just going to say that. A lot of the girls like Touhou Lost Word, if we're talking about Touhou stuff. I've actually talked to many of them. So, it's kind of, it's, you know, whatever. And then these other puzzle games and stuff, you know, whatever. Play the games girls like, and then you can talk to them about those games. And then they'll be able to sort of talk with you about the games you like. But, yeah, I think this whole, like, gamer girl thing, I think it's kind of, like, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good for people. I don't think it's good for the girls, and I don't think it's good for the dudes either. So, yeah. But, you know, Fortnite, Apex. I mean, maybe like these girls are on these shooter games or something. I've seen them, you know, but events are always going on. Yeah, like you know, like that's the thing, because like that's the thing with Lost Word is it's like kind of like a schedule thing. Like it, you know, like there are some girls who are like really good about like keeping schedules. Or you know, that kind of a thing. And, like, Lost Word is, like, kind of like that. Where it's, like, daily, this thing that you always do, you always, like, come back to, always, like, add to something, work on something, that kind of thing. It's one of those sorts of things. And I think a lot of girls kind of like that, you know? So I think that's kind of, like, where the appeal comes in on that. Because it's like also like an RPG, but it's like a simple RPG, you know? It's not like an old school like Final Fantasy kind of a thing. It has like basic RPG stuff. So yeah, like I think that's kind of where it comes from. But you have like guys who like it too. So, you know. Oh yeah, like I've seen that actually, because I'm not like much of a shooter dude, but I've watched like shooter dudes. I've watched them and stuff, so that's what I saw basically, is like you would have these shooter dudes going around, they'd be playing whatnot, and you would just get like a bunch of girls joining. Just all these girls join in. And they would just go on different teams, and then they would go up and like chat up the guys. And it was actually kind of like a good environment, because like I said, I think like the Twitch environment is kind of a bad environment, but for the shooting games, I actually thought it was pretty good, because, you know, the girls just come in and then they just kind of have like this good conversation with the guys, and they just play, and it was kind of just a chill thing where they just play. And I'm like, that's good. You know, because I think like a lot of guys, like especially now, that seems to be sort of a thing where a lot of guys have like, they just don't have a way where they can sort of just talk to a girl as like a person. Like they can talk to a girl as like, just in like a very sort of like good, casual, happy environment, you know? And I think something like that's actually really good. You know? Yeah, like, you know, like, you know, like, I think it's just good because, like, you see all these guys now, they're, like, they're posting all these, like, weird memes where it's like, I haven't seen a girl in my life, a girl doesn't exist, blah, blah, blah. And I think it's just good if you're able to sort of get into an environment where you can just kind of, like, meet girls and just sort of, like, talk to them talk to them like you talk to your friends and stuff. Like, just talk to them in like a good casual way, and then because that's how these things go. Like, I've never had a girlfriend, so I don't know how accurate this is, but it all starts with like a basic kind of like friendship thing. You talk, and then you get on well, and then it kind of goes from there, right? You're never gonna just go and be like, hey babe, whatever. Like, like you just meet, and then you're like friends, and then it kind of goes from there. So basically what I'm saying is guys need to just learn to make friends with girls. And maybe the other way around too, right? So, something like that. But the groups of girls is always a sight to see. If you catch them together, they're usually pretty chill and try hard. Yeah, I saw that because yeah. Because like I usually would see it, and then like usually it was kind of like a playful thing where it's like if the dudes killed her or whatever, or like messed her up or whatever, she'd get all like mad, and you would get that kind of like playful thing. She's like, she wants to like get revenge or whatever. It's a good thing. It's just a good kind of like playful thing. That's how it gets with girls, right? Like they have this sort of like playful kind of thing that they do, and then that's always like a good sort of it's a good sign, I promise. Whatever, but yeah, usually after you show how skilled you are, it's usually a good icebreaker, or how bad. Yeah, whatever. Like that's the thing. It's like the girls just aren't as like serious about it. That's kind of the good thing about it. Is like, yeah, like that's the thing I've said actually. Is like, and a lot of people don't really understand it because it's actually a thing. It's a weird thing because something that's actually been sort of happening is like with my channel. A lot of my fans actually are actually girls, more than I initially thought. I mean, I sort of believed in the stereotype that it would be like a thing of, oh, everyone who watches me is dudes. Honestly, a lot of girls watch my stuff, so I've kind of been talking to more girls, and I don't know, I guess I've been like gaining a perspective or something, but oh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like that's the thing that's what I was gonna say. The thing with girls that I actually said is they're just chill. Like with guys a lot of times. With guys, a lot of times it's sort of like it's a mix between like chill and like confrontational. You know what I mean? Where it's like you have this kind of like trash talk sort of thing going on, like like when you like you mess up a dude and then you're like, hey, yeah, gotcha, you kind of you crack jokes at him, you kind of break his balls, as they like to say. I find that term kind of awkward, but you know what I'm on, right? And girls just don't do that. Girls just chill. Like, they aren't as serious about the game. And if the girl likes talking to you, then you can kind of just talk in general about it. And she's not really that serious about it, but she'll just kind of enjoy that you're excited about it. And you can kind of just talk generally. Like, that's what you can talk generally. You can talk in a way that's more comfortable, if I'll say that. I'm kind of like lacking the word for it, but I think you know what I mean. More approachable, maybe something like that. And for me, I like that, honestly. Because honestly, I've mellowed out a lot, in the last couple of years, and I honestly kind of just enjoy that. So it's kind of a weird thing that like girls enjoy talking to me or like my channel or whatever it is, and they're like, they talk to me and stuff. But that's kind of like what I've been sort of getting from them, and it's not bad. It's not bad, actually. It's pretty Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the roleplay aspect, whereas guys just care about damage. Yeah, like, like in a shooter game, for the most part, it's kind of just go in and just, play, and they'll just give it a shot. And, if, have you played World of Warcraft or OSRS? No, I've not played those games. I have a friend who is like a total like World of Warcraft veteran. Like he's played like all of them and like knows the history of all of them and stuff, but I haven't played those. I'm not really like an MMO person. Yeah, I'm not really an MMO person, but always talking in the main city. Yeah, like honestly, like here's the thing. This is a funny thing, and it's funny because like it's sort of a thing that's kind of rising up in Toho, and people have been kind of noticing it. But I think the girls really like Roblox. You know what I'm talking about? I think the girls like Roblox. I think they like the chill Roblox games. Going and talking on the whole Roblox chat thing. Yeah, like, they just go out and they chill there and whatever, yeah. Because honestly, another thing I've found, because of course, like, I'm like, my content is more about Toho at this point. A lot more girls are into Toho than a lot of people really think, actually. There's actually a lot more girls in Toho, girls into Toho than people think. So, you got, like, the whole, like, Become Fumo Roblox thing. I see a lot of girls on that. Even though I don't play that, I sometimes watch people stream that game, and they find a lot of girls playing that. And, Toho Lost Word, and Gacha Club, bloody Gacha Club. If you've ever seen Toho Gacha Club, that's pretty much all girls. I've never seen a dude who does Toho Gacha Club. That stuff, so, Just ask for help in PvP and Roblox. Because I knew I was good at things. Only play Become Fumo once in a while. Yeah, I've never tried it. Like, I was into Roblox when I was a kid, and I thought Roblox was dead. Because, like, honestly, I thought, like, here's the thing. Like, when I was a kid, like, Minecraft was, like, new in, like, whatever it was, 2011 or whatever it was. And, like, at that time, if you played Roblox, you got, like, made fun of. Like, if you played Roblox and you weren't playing Minecraft, like, you just got insulted. At least where I was at. They were like, what? Roblox sucks, you have to play Minecraft. Like, everyone was on Minecraft at that point. And I don't know if there's that weird rivalry between them at this point, but, like, I only, like, learned that people were still playing Roblox because of Toho. Because I see all these people, like, playing it now. And, like, I didn't even know about it. And I see, like, Roblox now, and it's, like, totally different from what it was when I was a kid. Like, when I was a kid, Roblox is, like, way more, like, rough around the edges. It wasn't, like, it was, like, you could play some fun Roblox games. Funnily enough, one of my favorite Roblox games is actually Boys vs. Girls. If you've ever played that, it's, like, this weird game where you, like, have, like, airships and stuff. And, like, fight with, like, boys and girls on the opposite team. It's actually a really fun game. But, yeah, it's like, I look at Roblox now, and they look at, like, the like, FPS Roblox games look, like, way better than they were when I was a kid and whatnot, so I guess they've updated it a lot. Yeah, it's like, the thing is, like, with Minecraft at this point is, like, the thing with Minecraft is, like, Minecraft at this point seems to have, like, fallen into, like, 3 existences. The first is Let's Players. The second is, like, these creative guys who are still on Minecraft, and they're just making these incredible, creations that they're doing, like the artists and all this. Like, these people are crazy. And then you have the bloody, I I guess, the social Minecraft people who like play Minecraft multiplayer. And the thing is, here's the thing at this point, what I've found is, if you want to play multiplayer, you play Roblox. If you want to play single player, you play Minecraft. I've found that at this point, because I find most people don't really like multiplayer Minecraft. I just find that they don't like it. Maybe, I guess because a lot of kids play it or something, they get trolled, something, but a lot of times I find there are people who mostly they like Roblox and they like Minecraft, and for the most part they play Minecraft alone and they play Roblox with others. That's kind of what I've found, and I think that's probably like the best approach to it, because Roblox on its own, like Roblox without friends sucks. Like, it's not fun at all, really, that much. But Roblox, when you have a bunch of people and you're playing like a fun group game, is pretty good. You know, like Roblox can be a lot of fun when you have a big group and stuff like that. For any kind of game, whether it's like Become Frumo and you're just chilling, or it's like a FPS game, or whatever it is, or like one of those like Roblox RPGs and stuff. You know. Best multiplayer building game is Terraria. Yeah, like, because that's the thing. I see people playing multiplayer Terraria all the time. Like, probably like half the people I see playing Terraria, they're playing in multiplayer, right? But I don't see multiplayer Minecraft at all. You know, like I just don't see it. Like, people just aren't doing it. So I don't know. But yeah, because like I used to see that. But I've had my fun in Minecraft, but in Terraria, there's just so much more you can do with mods. Oh yeah. Like, the thing is, this is the funny thing, is because, like, I never played Minecraft, I never played Terraria, I never played those games. Like, I've seen a lot of them, because I've seen a lot of people play them, so I've seen them. You know, I know about them, of course. But I've never played them, so I don't really know which one I would like more. I mean, I'm a dope Minecraft server? Oh yeah. I mean, I mean, you know, whatever. Like, I think, I think that would be, I think that's a good idea, just go and chill. Like, that's what I would do in Minecraft, probably, but I would probably, like, what I would do in Minecraft, probably, is chill, make some kind of, invite for people to come see my world, and then I would just come and, like, probably make some big, like, mega cave structure cool thing that I like, and then I would just show it around and be like, hey, here's my cool thing. Yeah. Well, no, like the Minecraft and Terraria, those games are just like infinite. Like, there's no limit if you're into that game. You know, it will just go. Yeah. More Toho mods for Terraria. Well, I did just see actually that one Minecraft. I don't know if you've seen it. There's like a video. It's like you had this guy create like an entire Gensokyo, like in Minecraft. Like he created like an entire Gensokyo, and like the video he made showing it off is like a 2-hour-long video where he just shows it around. He made like every location like you can think of. It's just ridiculous. And I heard like the guy who showed me it, he's like, yeah, like check out this like Gensokyo in Minecraft. He's like, this. He told me himself. He's like, it took me like a month to explore all of it. I'm like, yo, like what is this? Like, well, you know, like. So I checked it out, and I'm like, whoa, dude. You know, I was amazed by it. Like I was blown away by that. So yeah, I was impressed by that. Yeah, so. It was some bloody ridiculous action going on there, and I probably wouldn't even mind. Yeah. Like I remember I saw one really cool Minecraft video once of like one dude who had like this whole like custom mansion thing. He had like this whole like underground entrance, like this like underground underwater thing, and you could like he was like some sort of like weird Batcave mansion insano thing. It was impressive, but it was like hard to comprehend everything that was going on in that. It was like, whoa. And yeah, it's like I just never got around to it. You know, that's what it is. It's like what it was with Minecraft is like Minecraft showed up. I was like, oh, okay, I don't get it at the time. You know, and then I was like, and then everyone made fun of me for not playing it, and then I just sort of continued not playing it, and then I watched it. I was like, oh, I'll watch it, and that's cool. I like it. I like what people make, but I literally just like never tried it. It just kind of like went over. Never such a good builder, yeah. Like that's the thing. It's like I don't know. It's like the problem is like someone like me. It's like one of the reasons why I never played like Zelda Breath of the Wild and stuff, right? Is because like that game that's such a big game, and I know that if I got into that, I would just I would plan so much, and it would just take so long to do everything that like I would be able to do in something like that, you know? That I mean, it might be for my own good that I'm not into it, honestly. It might be good that I just watch it and kind of just chill, because if I actually were into it, it probably would be like a very like time-consuming thing, you know? Yeah, well, you know, like a lot of time, a lot of planning, a lot of, you know, back and forth. Because I just couldn't imagine that, being a dude who just like every day wakes up, signs into his Minecraft thing, goes into Minecraft, and it's just every day Minecraft, like every day. Like I just couldn't imagine that, you know. I just couldn't. I don't think I could do that, honestly. I don't think I'd be able to live that way. You know, so some people can do that, and some people can still do that. And that's the thing with Minecraft that's impressive, is like Minecraft will like ebb and flow. It will like kind of change, but there will always be a market and a taste for Minecraft. There will always be someone who's going to get something out of that game, no matter what, you know? Yeah. Used to make big builds. Yeah, like I was thinking probably what I would do is like I would go to like some kind of mountain, and I would like make some kind of some kind of like mountain mansion thing, where I like build like a house out of a mountain, and then I would like make some kind of like underground thing to it, and I would like build a bunch of towers around it and stuff. That kind of a thing. I was thinking I would like build a bunch of like small lodges around. Like I would build like these small kind of houses. No, I don't have Minecraft. I mean, like, I don't know, like I never got it. Like I don't, like the thing is, like I don't use Steam and stuff. Like I don't, you know, like I'm not really that much of like a PC guy. Like I have like a laptop or whatever, but like I'm not much of like a PC guy. So I just never played it. Like Roblox is like free or whatever, so I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. But like Minecraft, I just never have. Like I literally just have never played it. You know, I've watched a lot of it just to, you know, if I ever feel like it, but I've never played it. You know. So it's kind of just been around for like 10 years, and I've just never played it, so it's kind of a funny thing though, because some things in my life are kind of just like that. Like a weird thing is that I don't drink coffee. Well, it's not really a weird thing, but like I don't drink coffee. I've never had coffee, and like I don't like coffee. Well, again, I've never had it, so I don't know if I don't like it or not, but basically, I just have never had coffee, and I just never like have wanted to, and there's just things like that I just kind of like don't do. So I don't know. Minecraft seems to be sort of like one of those things. Not really in the same way, because I like know about Minecraft, of course, but like I don't know. Maybe I'll play it. You know, if you aren't starting your own server, it's impossible. Yeah, like the thing is, like if I were to play Minecraft, I probably would make it like very like personal, probably. I don't think I would want to meet anyone on Minecraft. I don't think I would want to, like, meet anyone. Like, I would literally just, like, make my own world, do my own thing, and, you know, invite my own people and be like, hey, here's my world, you know, we can chill for a bit, blah, blah, blah. And I would leave it at that. Yeah, coffee. I've never had coffee. Never had coffee. I mean, I've never had alcohol. I've never smoked or whatever. Like, I've never done any of that. So, it's just coffee, because coffee is a lot more common, you know, and I've just never had coffee. Never had it. And it's just something that kind of passes me over. And I just never did it. So, you know, some things are like that, you know. Okay, Sean Tails. Let's go with... a caffeine and pills. Alright. Oh yeah. Well, it's just oh yeah. Well, you know, like whatever you take, right? Like, I recently started having I don't even remember what it was. I think it was like vitamin D or something. Like basically like my mom got me like vitamin D or something like that because like I wasn't getting enough sunlight. So she's like, "Oh, I got like this vitamin D that you can take and stuff." So I like have that. And it's initially it tasted like weird, but like I sort of started liking it. So I kind of enjoy it now. So yeah, but never had coffee. I like tea. I have tea, and I like milk, and I like water. That's mainly what I have. So okay, let me just put on. Could do Shibuya. I'll just do the Toho piano thing. If we can get that. Actually, this video bugs out all the time. I really hope this video doesn't bug out. I mean, whatever. We're just streaming for like forever, so who cares? But, if it bugs out, I'll just put out something different. But, what was I gonna say? Oh, my brain fell apart. I did something for a second and now my brain's dead. Oh, playing Heroes of the Storm. Oh, yeah. Again, my buddy, like the same dude I said who's on, like, World of Warcraft, actually. In fact, actually, if you want to, like, look him up, he has a Twitch. Like Mr. Cheeseman, that's what he's called. Sometimes he streams. I kind of like his. I'm on his streams. Like I'm in chat on his streams if he ever streams. So you want to check him out. Like I know you're on Twitch and whatnot, but he plays like Heroes of the Storm and stuff too. So I know about that. But oh, what was I gonna say? I died. What happened to my brain? What was it? We were talking about Minecraft. Oh, right, I was talking about... Yeah. If I made a Minecraft thing, I would make it, like, very, like, personal. I would make it, like, very, like, closed off. It would probably, like... Honestly, it would probably be, like, some kind of thing where it's, like, me just making my own, like, little world, cool world, and I'd be like, hey, wanna, like, travel around my world for a bit? And that's it. A lot of times I see like these people like they would play on Minecraft and then people would come in and they just like destroy like everything you've built and they'll like kill you and like take all your things. And it's like really sad to see. And then like it's like but like the other people who come on are just kids who like just get like ambushed and then they just get messed up. And it's like it just looks like the saddest thing of all time, honestly. It looks like it's sad to watch. It's painful to watch. It's painful to watch like this Minecraft multiplayer stuff. So Well, the video bugged out, just like I said it would, so I'll put on a different one. I mean, I honestly gotta, like, edit this soon, but I'm just, like, still going, so. Okay, actually, you know what we'll do? I'm gonna speed through the rest of this. I'm going to do, I'm gonna do Nicaragua, which is only these ones. And then I'm gonna call it. I'm just gonna get it done. So, we're gonna go. I'm just gonna go, and then I can like sleep because I'm kind of insane. My sleep schedule is already kind of screwed, and this isn't helping. So, okay. Oh, that's a great color. Okay, good color. I don't even need to change that. Okay, okay. So let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Boaco, Matagalpa. I'm thinking red. Yeah, if you've got it, dude, like if you know if you've got it, dude, you can, man. It's fine, man. I mean, I appreciate you sticking around for so long. It's really nice, but I mean, if you gotta sleep, dude, then you know, by all means, sleep. Yeah, okay. So a red like this, a darker red. That's a good red. That's a good red. Okay, Matagalpa. Matagalpa, I'm thinking a neon ugly green. Although we already have those. Ooh, that was an ugly yellowish. No, that's ah. Okay, we'll make it more. No, too light. Okay. Well, thankfully the thing is loading better now. It's loading new colors better. So this is actually gonna go quick well. No. Ooh, that's interesting. It's like a froggish sort of green. Okay, I'll take that. Okay. Oh, that's very similar to that other one up there, so let's make that just a little bit different. Yeah, that's unique. Okay. And then Genotega. Genotega. Have I heard of astral projection? You mean like a show or something? Or like a game or something? Or an anime? Maybe. Kinda depends on what it is. Genotega. I'm thinking pink. That's a nice dark color. I'm not sure if it's what I want. Actually, let's see. I want to go. I might. Ooh. Ooh, and that mixes well with that green. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Astral projection, like lucid dreaming. Well, if you mean astral projection in the way of like you sort of like seeing yourself, oh, out of body experience, yeah. Um, it varies, but honestly, a lot of my dreams a lot of my dreams take place of me in like kind of like a black void. It's like that, but you can see things that are happening in real life. Oh, projection that way. So like you're actually like sort of like seeing something you're experiencing that's actually like going on. Like for me, like my dreams, they're like again, it's sort of like me thinking in like a black void, like I'm thinking about something, and sometimes the thought, again, it seems real, and actually like it is real, and well, I can't think of one example where I'm actually very good with that exact thing that you're talking about, which is comprehending something that's happening in real life, but it's in a dream, and it's a bit, well, inappropriate, but I'll tell you, um, what it is basically, you know, because I used to be rather religious, I wasn't on with any of masturbation business. All right, I would not, I don't allow myself to do that, and I'm sort of very well trained in it to the point where like if that happens in a dream, I can like wake myself up from like doing it. Like I can like I know that it's happening like in a dream basically, and like I know that it's happening like in the real world basically. So it's kind of a weird example, and it's kind of gross, but I'm sort of like attuned to it where if that happens, I literally know how to like I will stop it like from my dream. So it's yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's sort of like a monk like sort of sense where you're like you stop yourself from yes, it's kind of crazy, but like you stop yourself from the temptation in your own dream. Like you like force yourself not to in your own dream kind of thing. And then like when I wake up, I like here's the thing, I'll wake up and then like I'll like feel like guilt because I'll like know like it happened and like I'll think like oh no like I messed up and like yeah like it's really yeah so that's actually where I have that experience the most, which is kind of a weird thing. But for other things, most of my dreams are me in like a black void, thinking like a Greek philosopher. That's most of my dreams are in a weird way. Um, I'm just like sitting in my dream, and I'm like thinking of something like very like deeply. And then other times I have, uh, yeah, like for the most part, I just think in my dreams. Like I don't really get like confused about like whether I'm in the real world or not. I just kind of like think even more deeply in my dreams than I kind of do in the real world, sort of. However, I have had things in dreams like where I was able to like fly in a dream. Like if I have a dream where like I'll have like if I have a dream where I'm dreaming of like a sort of like a fantastical thing. A lot of times, like I'll dream of myself flying, and I'll like have a very good like sense of detail of what flying feels like, even though I've never flew. You know what I mean? Like you dream it, and then you can like feel like you actually like feel like the wind on yourself, and you like feel like it's windy, even though it isn't, and it's just like a dream. And you can like like feel like the cold of it even though you aren't cold, that sort of a thing. Maybe it's just like maybe it's like my dreams are like too detailed or something, but like I dream it, and then like usually my dreams, again, they're just me thinking, but when I dream of something that is out of my experience, it feels like very real, you know. I've seen the black void, and when I was trying to look for lower frequencies, I experienced the border to hell. I never really, like, that's the thing. It's kind of like a weird thing, but like, even when I was religious, I never had like any like religious like dreams or like religious like visions or anything like that. Like I was like praying to God like 3 times a day back then and stuff, but like you would think that like I prayed to God like a lot. You would think that like I would have like religious dreams, but I never did actually. It's kind of, I don't know, but it just never happened to me really. So it's basically time stop when you get to the lower frequencies. Yeah, I've like I have had nightmares. I have had nightmares, but like not very much. Like I've had maybe like 2 nightmares in my entire life ever. You know, like it's like very like rare. But like when I had them, they were like very simple. Like they weren't anything like, oh, it's like hell, or it's like torture, or it's like it wasn't really anything like dramatic. It was more so like um how to describe it. Um it's more so like I would just experience something that would kind of like disturb me greatly. Um like because I know myself in terms of like what gets me on edge. And a lot of times because I'm autistic, um ooh, in high school I was so into the sciences of stuff that so when I astral projected, I tried as much as I can to link what I knew to what was happening, and I came to a bunch of conclusions. To what I knew to what was happening. It's just so different from out-of-body experiences and dreaming. Yeah, like for me, it's like I think of the structure of how things work, you know? Like when something happens, I kind of like I I'm not shocked by all of it. I'm like, oh, this is happening, and I kind of like know the process of it. Like when I'm in a dream, oftentimes I know I'm in a dream. To be honest, like I used to like not really know. Like I used to like when I first started having dreams, I wasn't able to tell that I was in a dream. But now I pretty much always know I'm in a dream, almost all the time. And again, um, on the rare occasions that I don't, I usually can sort of like force myself out. But usually I can tell that I'm in a dream. Like I would say the majority of times I'm able to tell. And the only times I can't is when I have like those really fantastical dreams. Because like if I have like a fantastical dream and I'm like flying, or I'm like running, or I'm like jumping off a cliff and I'm like looking into the horizon or something. Oddly enough, when I'm having those experiences, I don't think of the fact that I'm dreaming. You know what I mean? Like I'm like I guess I would sort of know, but it like kind of goes to the back of my mind. Because like when you're flying, you would think that it's obvious that it's a dream, but like you're sort of like taking it in that you're experiencing this thing that you can't experience. So like I don't think that it's a dream. Like I don't like think that to myself, but I probably would be able to if I like backed off for a second, you know. When I astral projected, I usually put myself in a sleep paralysis using the frequency of the silence you hear when listening for it. Just have to lay there for like 30 minutes, no scratching. I was also big on meditation, but it was so amazing just being able to do anything. It was like the dream and real world rules in physics. Also, like in your meditation, you sort of like, while still awake, like focused and sort of like, had like access to that like powerful imagination on your own or something of the sort. Yeah, it's a thing. Had to relearn most of my dream techniques, but could only go so far. I learned teleportation, flying, and creation. I could also create semi-awake people using the memories I had of them. The thing is, like, in my dreams, like, I've never teleported in my dreams, I don't think. I've thought of teleporting before. Like, I've imagined that, and sort of, like, imagine what it, like, feels like, but I've never actually, like, dreamed of it. I flew a lot. I've felt, like, pain sometimes. Like, sometimes I'll have a dream and I'll, like, experience pain. Sometimes, like, a very, like, bad pain that, like, I've never experienced, you know? And it's, like, not really, like, a pain that, like, oh, I got, like, stabbed or something. It's more of just, like, it's sort of like that feeling, but, like, it's, like, intangible, you know? Like, I don't really know what caused it. Um, a lot of times I'll talk to people, because I sort of, like, a lot of time, once you trick your body to sleep, you go into sleep paralysis, and then you basically imagine moving your real body as if it were made of material you can move with your mind. Hmm. Yeah, it's like it's kind of a weird thing because like in my dreams, I remember I first learned how to teleport. Craziest story actually. Well, bloody oh, what was what was I gonna say? I usually don't dream of myself in my own dreams. Like I don't like picture like my own body. You know what I mean? Um, like I know some people they see themselves outside their own body. It's more of like a thing for me where it's like I still see from myself as if I'm seeing normally, but it's really just either I can tell it's a dream or I can't tell it's a dream. I really don't like see myself outside my body, you know, like other people do. Sometimes I do. Like sometimes like I'll be in the kind of like be surrounded by like blackness and I'll like be sitting on a chair. And when I'm sitting on that chair, a lot of times I can sort of like pan around myself as if like I'm sort of like viewing it from like a camera. Like I can like look like top down on myself and like look from the sides and stuff. Um, but a lot of times I'm just like still like looking as how I normally am. I'm just like in a dream. And a lot of times like most of the time I know I'm in a dream too. You know, and I know that's rare too. Most people don't actually know they're in a dream of when they're in their dream. but I do usually. Most of the time I do. So I dreamt in a lucid dream that I was running away from a blue beast-looking humanoid that could teleport, and I believe it was a future dream because I played a game and saw the exact alleyway where I was being chased. But there was no blue teleporting beast. It was a game about shadow people as well, and I never played it before I had the dream. Never played it before you had the dream. Yeah, like the thing is, like the thing that kind of sucks is like a lot of times whenever I have a kind of dream like that, I suck at remembering those dreams. You know what I mean? Because I've had dreams like that where I sort of like had a feeling of something that was like going to happen, and then it happened. But then, like when it happened, it was like a deja vu that I had it. It wasn't like, oh yeah, I remember that like specifically. Like a lot of times, I have problems remembering like the order at which things played out. You know, I can remember what happened, but I like forget the order, and I like forget the time and stuff. Yeah. I would just close my eyes, and before I open them, I would imagine the place that I would want to be, and when I open them, I'm there. That's another thing about me, is like I said, most of the time I'm in like a black void. And sometimes if I'm in a place, it's mostly in like a place that I've been, like mostly like walking around and stuff. Like the funny thing is like people, get asked like a lot, have you ever dreamed about like being in a different country or like anything like that? And the thing is I've never like once um dreamed about like being in a different like country or anything like that. I've never like once dreamed like what that's like, you know? For the most part, it's kind of like usually the same place. It's more of just like what I'm thinking about, you know? Worked on the astral plane as well. Usually could teleport right out of my body, but I used a spring to get me out usually. Hmm. I wanted to experiment on it again. Lately I've been just dreaming. Hmm. It's kind of like of what a perspective of like what a soul is, because like a lot of people see a soul as like this sort of like entity outside themselves, but like for me honestly, like what I imagine my soul as, because like it's all like what you're kind of like acclimated to, like what you kind of expect. For me, what my soul is just like first person view, like what I see out of my eyes is my soul. So like if I like think into myself, all I really see is like what you see normally, you know? Like you just see like from a first person view. So like when I think of like my soul, that's like what comes to my mind. Like again, I don't think of like my soul like separating from my body. Really, you know? That's just like how it is for me. I guess it's just like I'm like very sort of attached to myself in that way. You know what I mean? Like I just see like myself and my soul and everything like that all as like kind of like uh being strongly like where it's in and like as it is, as I understand. You know. I guess I don't see it as like fantastical as other people do, you know. If you are down to test me, I am down to take the test and see if it's legit. I've been to places I can't say exactly where. Russia, overseas, and beaches. You just never know. You dreamed about Russia, huh? I hear a lot of people, I hear that's like a common one. And then I hear like China's a common one too. I guess it makes sense. You know, if you've just seen like a lot of images of the place, right? I may have been on a beach before. Yeah, I've been on a beach before, but it's not like an amazing beach. Like it's like kind of like a regular beach. You know, it wasn't like yeah, it was like a like normal beach I've been on. Apparently, you're supposed to see a silver cord when you astral project, but I've never seen one. I think it's a drawback if I'm right. A silver cord. Hmm. A silver cord. You say that and it actually sounds sort of familiar to me in a weird way. I might have actually sort of seen that, depending on what you interpret that as. But again, it would have been just in blackness, just surrounded by blackness. I believe I've seen that. Yeah, I think I've seen that before, actually. So, hmm. I remember teleporting to places and then just flying. But I specifically remember going to Russia and talking to a Russian boy sitting on a tank. I mean that's honestly like really cool and like I mean that sounds like like very like cinematic. Yeah, I just like talking to like a Russian Russian boy on a tank. I think one time I flew and I sort of like imagined sort of like a decayed city, like when you see those like um drawings of like a city and like the city has like aged like 2,000 years. They're like, oh well, here's like a picture of like a Roman building and what it looks like today, and here's like what it would look like if our cities were abandoned. Like I did have a dream where I like flew and I like flew like where a city was and I like saw a city that had like decayed like that. So yeah, I know 4chan. I know it. Seem like old Russia really, but I've seen places like that in Russia today, so I don't know. Well, the thing is, sometimes I dream about like really quaint things. Like a lot of times, if I'm not thinking deeply, then I just dream about something that I do in my regular life anyway. Because it's funny that you bring up 4chan, because I actually have dreamed about like being a, about like talking on 4chan before. So like I've actually like had that in my dreams, and I've just like talked to people in my dreams, like had a conversation with them in like the same way I do in real life, and it's kind of just a enjoyable like conversation, just kind of like a normal thing. They say a lot of Russians are connected with things like astral projection and stuff like in their nature. Um, yeah, I can see that. I mean, like Russia. The thing with Russia is like Russia is just a very like big country, so there's a lot of different groups in Russia, different religious views, different just like terrain in Russia, like different environments and stuff like that. The thing with Russia though is like it is, I do relate to, from what I've seen of Russia, I kind of relate to how it is because where I live is sort of similar. Um, like the sort of forests and stuff like in Russia. Like I can very much kind of picture myself being in that environment too, because it's similar to like where I live really. Um, there was a person named Sophia that made this project, and we all joined to see if we can actually meet in the astral plane using sigils, and it worked. It was a place in the clouds, and people posted things that actually happened, but that was before I astral projected. Um, the thing is, you know, Sigil Magic, but I don't know, because he talked about servitors and such. The thing is, I've actually dreamed about like being in the internet before, you know? Like I've dreamed about being in the internet. And I basically like flew through the internet, and I flew through various networks and things like that, and flew through signals and sources and things like that. But the funny thing is, I met no one on the internet. Like I literally just flew by myself around the internet, and I didn't meet anyone. So it was sort of that weird thing where people talk about like hooking up people's brain to a like a computer. It felt like that, but I like met no one. So it was kind of weird. But it was kind of free too, because I just, you know, flew just around the internet like in peace. It was just very quiet, very, you know. So cool though, best place ever. Well, honestly, like I imagine meeting someone in a dream would be a great thing. A castle in the middle of the woods with a beach on the outside with mountains. I mean, hey, sounds perfect to me. I'll take it. You know, I was a lurker for the most part, so you like lurked around this like mansion, castle, beach place. You just kind of like spooked them because you were like meeting these other people like in this dream, right? Yeah, like because I know people who like have who talk in their sleep. So, you know, I've had occasions where like I'll talk with someone for a long time before we sleep, and then like you can hear them like talking about what we were talking about um while they're asleep, you know? So it's like kind of a funny thing. A lurker on the internet. There's always a person outside of it. Oh, really? Like for me, it's like endless rooms. Really? Like for me, like when I was on the internet, it sort of felt like traveling. It sort of felt like flying through this like circular hallway. You know? It was like blue. Um, it you saw just these little tiles like moving like quickly, infinitely. Um, it was sort of like being underwater because it was blue, but you could also feel like the sort of like electricity kind of part of it. Um, but the thing is, like again, like I was in the internet. I knew I was in the internet. And I was like looking for people, but I found no one. So it was sort of like a weird thing where I was like sort of at peace, but I was looking for someone at that point. Like I was trying to find people, but I couldn't. So I sort of like felt at peace, but also sort of alone in the same way. Slept walk before. I think I had. I think my grandpa slept walk a lot, but I never met my grandpa because he passed before I was born. But I think he had problems with that. So yeah, it's interesting. Maybe that's like why I benefit from, for the most part, like when I'm in my dreams, I'm sitting down. Maybe that's why I never sleepwalk or anything like that. Yeah, yeah, it's you know, it's a shame I didn't meet him because from everything I've heard of him, he sounded like a great guy, like a very patient person. Um, I've been told I'm a lot like him, actually. And in fact, from everything I've heard, because my family and me are kind of quite different in a lot of ways. From what it sounds like my grandpa was like the most was the person most like me in my family. So it's kind of regrettable that I never met him. You know, even like the way I dress apparently like reminds people my family of him. So yeah, like he was very patient. Like it was said that he would get angry once every 10 years, stuff like that. When he would get angry, he would usually like kick people out the house. But if they were, very, if they got him mad, but he was other than that very patient. And yeah, so I've just heard a lot about him, and I relate to him a lot, even though I've never met him. So that's just interesting. I've been trying to astral project through dreams lately, but if you are having black void dreams, if you ever see a color, you should focus on it, and then you might have a vivid dream and not in the void. Honestly, I'll tell you this, I've never seen a colors in my black void dreams. Never. I've seen occasionally white, like white lines, like you said, like a, ooh, someone else, Zirt9, good to see you, sir. But, I literally have never seen colors in my dream. Like, I can see the colors on myself. Like, I can see myself, I can see the colors, but everything around me, and the chair I'm sitting on a chair, but I literally just, I don't see any other color, so, um, I see occasional white streaks, like you said, like a white, you mentioned something about like a white, pipe or something like that before. I think I've seen something like that before. But I don't see colors. Like, I don't focus on a color like that. I rarely see things in the distance. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I see things off, and then I can, um, I can, like, look towards it, but I never, like, it never, like, comes to me, really. Like, I can see it, and that's really about it, you know? I see it, but I can't, like, move towards it or bring it towards me or anything like that, you know? Yeah, I've never taken drugs, so, you know, never taken drugs of any kind, never even taken medication of any kind, so. Yeah, like I've met, like, a demon behind you. Like, that's the thing, I've never met anyone who I don't know in my dreams. My dreams are almost always me. And if it's anyone else, then it's someone I know. Um, I've never met anyone that I don't know in my dream. Like, I've never had a demon, I've never had an angel, I've never had anything. I've never had a voice that I've never recognized, anything like that. My dreams almost always are something I know, almost always I'm familiar with them. And if they're not, then, um, like if it's a different experience that's not really like physically possible, then I'll mostly just focus on the kind of fantastical element of it. Um, and it's at those moments where I'm sort of like taken out of the fact that I'm in a dream, because most of the time I'm aware that I'm in a dream. But yeah, it's just weird because I'm still in deep thought while I'm in a dream, right? Like, I'm in a dream, but I'm, like, focused almost even more than I am when I'm awake. Whereas, like, you'd think when we're in a dream, you'd be sort of, like, distracted. But, like, I'm not distracted. I'm, like, very focused, so. You want to be able to do exactly what you want when you astral project. I remember painkillers really kill it, and smoking weed usually kills it because it just puts you to sleep, really. Finding different ways to produce a different set of chemicals in your brain, which will affect you in different ways. Well, yeah, you can alter your brain if you want. That's up to you. I personally would not want to. I like my brain the way it is, and I don't have any goals of changing it. You know, so that's just my own comfort. Yeah, like I never really had a goal with dreaming. Like I never, so the level of control you want while you sleep can also be tweaked by what you take, how you want to control your body. Yeah. I mean, for me, if I want to just control my body, then I just exercise and whatnot. You know? Although I never really, have I ever been in sleep paralysis? Well, that would be like, not being able to move. Maybe, but it's not really coming to mind. Like, I'm in my dreams and I'm sitting, or I'm standing, and I can't move from where I'm at, really. Like, I can move, like, I can walk, but when I walk, it doesn't actually move me forward, you know what I mean? Like, I'm walking, but I'm not actually, like, moving from where I'm at, but I can physically move my body. So it's sort of like the location is in paralysis, but, like, my body isn't, you know? That's kind of how it is. Hmm. Ultimately, the consciousness is there to manipulate the abilities of your mind and body. Some people use tools, some people don't. Yeah, that's fine. It's all, you interpret what you yourself will act by and for your mind, and, how you'll take that path. That's how you'll do that. For me, I basically am set in how I am. Like, like in what I am, I have no problems with that. I have no problems with how my mind works. I don't really want to fundamentally alter that. And if I want to alter my body, then I would just exercise and, physically change my body like that. I don't really want to input anything into my body that doesn't come from myself as much as I can, really. That's me. So. Usually from nightmares you can try to talk but can't. Whenever I had a nightmare, I was able to talk. Whenever I had a nightmare, I was able to talk, and in fact, the nightmares usually aren't actually in the black void, surprisingly. You would think that when I have a nightmare, it would be darkness, right? Well, I mean, I would maybe assume that, but it actually never was. My nightmares usually are like more like real life. Usually when I have a nightmare, I'm more confused about it being real life than most of my dreams, right? So that's kind of the funny thing about it. Maybe that's why like it would scare me more when I have a nightmare, because I think it's actually like more real. Because when I'm in a black void thinking to myself, I know that's not real. But like if I'm in a dream that's like pretty much like how my life is, um, then I'll sort of trick myself into thinking that it's real, and that will make it kind of more serious. But that's the thing, like you say lucid dreams, vivid dreams. The thing is, a nightmare is just a dream that causes fear. That's what definitionally a nightmare is. It's just a scary dream. Um, so what scares you is what scares you. People are scared by all kinds of things. You might be scared by something fantastical. You might be scared by something intimate. You might be scared by something painful. How, whatever it is scares you is just whatever it does. So, you can take it to mean something. You can take it to mean nothing. Being scared is being scared. It's sort of, it's just a response to like what you see and feel around you. So for me, probably something that's like more basic and real and intimate is probably more scary to me than something that's more fantastical and unrealistic, because I'm already good myself at telling what is a dream and what isn't, you know? So I would say that for myself, but it all depends on you. I would say nightmares are akin to a demon trying to teach you something. So usually in a nightmare, there is a mental block happening in your mind. The illusion is the belief in demons. Demons are just manifestations of your own mental tics and fears made real. I've seen a banshee that put me into sleep paralysis. Blue-faced woman. You'll fear in your nightmares the possibility of pain in your dreams. Trying to teach me that there's more out there. Nightmares are just dreams of the possibility of pain. Dreams with a possibility of pain. Well, I disagree with that definitionally. I've never had a nightmare where I had physical pain. In fact, I never had well, I have had nightmares where I've had sort of like intimate pain, but I've also had nightmares where I just had basic fears, of things happening that didn't even happen. Just kind of an anticipation, that happened. In your dreams, you don't feel pain? Um, I've felt pain in my dreams. Like, I've imagined pain. I've imagined kind of a pain that is, it's hard to describe. Basically, I've imagined like a very great pain, almost as if I were being stabbed, but like I'm not stabbed. But like sort of like a very great pain like that, but I kind of like imagine it. It's not really like I have a dream and that's pushed onto me. It's more of just I kind of imagined it in my dream. Only in your waking life do you feel pain, fear, actual pain, distress. Usually not really. Usually any nightmare I had, I would wake up, I would no longer be afraid, and I would comprehend that I had a nightmare. And I usually would be impressed that I had a nightmare because I rarely ever have them. I think I've had maybe two in my life. So the two times I had nightmares, the main thing I was thinking after I woke up is, oh, I actually had a nightmare. I'm impressed because, I usually don't have them. You can learn to not wake up from pain in a dream. Mental pain is far worse in a dream. Have I ever seen anything paranormal? To answer that question, no. Like, in my own life, no. In dreams, I mean, paranormal is in, like, things that aren't physically possible, but, like, creatures or, like, spirits or anything like that, no, not in my dreams. Like I said, in my dreams, I've only met people I know, and that's it. I've never had any entity or any other person that I don't know that I've seen in a dream. So a nightmare that gives you fear is a dream with the possibility of pain. Well, yeah, but you could also not have fear and be in pain, you know, or have fear and not be in pain. They don't necessarily need to be connected, you know. It could come from a pain or it could not come from a pain. It could come from any number of things, but to me, the definition of a nightmare simply is a dream that gives you fear. And fear is just an emotion which many things can trigger. You know? Like, you can have a happy dream, but we usually don't have a word for what a happy dream is. But it's still just a dream that made you feel something. You know? I don't think, I think you're sort of like making the definition more complicated than it needs to be. You know? You can relate those nightmares to yourself. Like, you can say to yourself, I feel this pain, I see this pain, within my own experience, but dreams, are entirely individuated to that person. So that might be your own definition from your own experience, but within my experience, I don't really relate to that definition. Fear equals the possibility of feeling a pain. Nightmare equals a dream with a fear in it. Fear equals the possibility of feeling pain. Well, it depends on what you define as a fear and depends on what you define as a pain again, So, like, depends, like, fear as in, like, feeling a pain. You have, like, anxiety, for example. Some people can call anxiety fear. Is anxiety the anticipation of a pain? Well, yeah, you could say that. Again, if you're saying pain as in negativity, that is, fear in what you're saying is the anticipation of a negativity, and you don't want that negativity, right? Fear is like the opposite of excitement. Excitement is the desire for something happy, whereas fear is the anticipation of something bad or negative that could happen to you. So you say pain for that word, but really you could just say anticipation of a negativity if you want to go, like, really specific about definitions. That's what fear is. So, a nightmare is a dream that contains that. A dream that contains that specific emotion, in that case. Okay, good. I didn't want to fight over definitions. I really don't like fighting myself, so thanks. I'd say a nightmare is a dream where you end up waking up unsatisfied but maybe not scared. Alright. I mean, that's what it is for you. I mean, the weird thing, of course, is like I said, when I had a nightmare, in a way, I sort of was satisfied because I rarely ever have nightmares, right? Like, I almost never have them. So, both times I had a nightmare, I woke up and I sort of, was excited in a way where I was like, oh, I actually had a nightmare when I, like, realized that that's what happened, right? So, you can feel, like, all kinds of things you can, like, feel sad at something that should be happy, or you could feel excited at something that should be fearful, right? What you feel is just how things go, even if the kind of natural association you'd have with something doesn't necessarily lead you to that, right? Emotions are just very variable, right? Okay, this looks good. No, that's still not. This color is killing me. Well, if you view it that way, I mean, both of the nightmares I had that I remember didn't even really have endings. Actually, yeah, they had no endings. I actually just suddenly woke up from them, and I was like, sort of in shock, because usually I don't wake up just immediately from a dream. Usually I kind of comprehend that the dream is a dream, and then I sort of like just wake up from there, and then as I wake up, I kind of go to myself, you know, oh, okay, now I'm awake now, and that was a dream, okay. But like with the nightmare, I kind of just like sort of shot up, right? And then I had to like go, oh, that was a nightmare, and then like comprehend it backwards. So it's like what the ending of a dream is, a lot of times it might not even be what you would call a proper ending. It just kind of, it just goes out and you just wake up, right? Since nobody can see the dreams, the emotion aspect really depends on the person. Yeah, it completely does. You see, you have your dream, and then like what you felt from your dream, what you think of the dream, all that. It's all you. It's all just what you interpreted that as. It just kind of it comes to you, and then you go through that, and then that's the feeling, that's the process. It's the whole thought of it is it's not necessarily uncontrollable, but it's just you kind of go through this experience, and then what you feel is what you feel in in the same way that if you like uh were in a fight and you had to like react to someone trying to like punch you, how you would react would be very quick, um, and you would have to kind of brace yourself and all that. And what you felt from that would be, very natural and instinctual in a lot of ways. Not completely instinctual, but that would be a significant element of it in terms of what your feeling of that is, right? Don't know about death being in the planning. Well, yeah, like, whether or not you want to plan for death or not is all up to you. Probably most deaths that happen were entirely unplanned. You know, you can plan for or you can not plan for it. That's just a matter of the decision you want to make regarding it. You know, someone could die being completely unaware of them dying or even death itself if they were young enough. You know, what someone plans for or accounts for or prepares for is all up to their own priorities, you know, and maybe even their own anxieties in some sense. But, you know, to view something as, now you can view it that way in a sense of like maybe associating death with the inevitable, but associating death with the inevitable is different from planning for it in that sense. Plenty of things happen that are inevitable, but you still don't plan for them, you know? So, that's just how things go. I continue some dreams as if I left them on a shelf sometimes. I think I messed up my dreaming astral projection. Continue some dreams as if you left off. I understand that. I've done that too, but like it's pretty rare. But I have done that too, where you kind of just like you just kind of start back again, and then you just like, oh yeah, you just like start thinking that, and you just continue. Yeah, so I get that. You can kind of understand the situation that you could die in and account for that. It's only truly fearsome if something absolutely random happens to you. Isn't it possible to plan for the inevitable? Isn't that what Avengers Endgame was all about? I didn't say you couldn't plan for the inevitable. I said whether or not you decide to plan for it is up to you. Just because you can plan for something doesn't mean that you will. You know, planning something, that's all a matter of if you decide to do it. It's all a matter of if you care about it, if you value it, if you decide to focus on it. It's all up to you. You can plan or not plan anything. You know? So, as for whether something is or is not inevitable, then that's a different subject of, that concept itself, right? But planning for it is different. So. Always dream in the same place. It's like it's all connected. Well, as I said, my dreams are sort of like formulaic in a way. Like they're very, like it's kind of been there, done that in a lot of ways for me. In the fact that like now, almost every time I'm aware that I'm dreaming when I do dream too. You know, there's that too. So, okay. Well, I'm done with Nicaragua, so I will save this right here. Okay. But that's the key, isn't it? Taking the initiative to focus on and plan for something. That's the hard part, isn't it? Usually life just comes at us and we react to it. But foresight is another level. Well, again, there's the matter of thinking. There's the matter of comprehension. There's the matter of emotions. And you see, when it comes to planning something, planning in and of itself can give someone anxiety. Planning in and of itself can make someone be fearful of the future. You know, there's a reason they say ignorance is bliss in a certain sense. And I'm not necessarily saying that is always the case. Nothing is always the case in terms of what's good and what you know, can feel from a situation. But there, of course, can be benefits from planning. You know, obviously, there's benefits from that. But I don't think universally everything should be planned or accounted for within one's life, mainly because you can't comprehend everything that is in your life. There just isn't an amount of memory and intelligence for someone to be able to do that. There are areas where you take limits, areas where you have to pretty much skim by in regards to things. That's how it is when it comes to learning things, when it comes to being intelligent, and all of that. You know, you have to make sacrifices in regards to everything because you just simply can't do everything. You know. So as for what should or should not be done, that's a matter of perspective and priority for you. But, you know, I don't think there is something that always should be done. And even if it could, you can't always do something. Just because things aren't entirely in your control. Have you tried to control the setting or place of your dreams? Have I tried to control it? You know, I don't think I have, actually. I don't think I really have. I'm always in the black void, usually. And if I'm not, then I'm in kind of a fantastical scenario. And if I'm in that kind of fantastical scenario where I'm flying or I'm going to a very kind of fantastical place or seeing some kind of unique image, I'll kind of just let that dream take me. I'll usually be conscious that it's a dream. Sometimes I'm not conscious of it. But I'll usually just kind of just go with the flow if it's not a black void. Ugh. Okay, so I saved that, so we're good. Okay. So, oh, why is it playing music? Okay. So it's the same when you look up or down. Yeah, like when I'm in my dream and I look up or down, when I'm in the black void, that's the normal thing, right? Yeah, like I look down and then I just see blackness. I look up, I see blackness. I can see my legs, right? Because I can see myself, but I can't. Everything else is black. And sometimes I see things off on the horizon. But anxiety equals a fear of the future. So is depression a fear of the present? Depression a fear of the present. That's an interesting way of looking at it, but I wouldn't really say that's what depression is. In my own experience, I think that some forms of depression could be called that. But what I would call depression more so is, in a sense, a state of loathing. I find that depression more of is a perspective, because keep in mind, a lot of things with depression also regard like, oh, the future will suck too. And if it were a fear of the present, that would not really fit definitionally with what you're saying, right? That would be one aspect of depression. I would say depression is more so of like a perspective, where you're in a state where you view things in kind of a negative lens. Like you know, it's a mood. In my opinion, it's a mood. You can be in a happy mood, you can be in a depressed mood, and your mood will affect your emotions that you generally have for various experiences you go through. So, depression is the mood where the aggregate emotions you will be feeling are more so negative, sometimes severely negative, relative to if you were in a happy mood, right? And you can take actions from that depression. You can have a fear of the present from your depression. You can have, again, derived from that. You could have a fear of the future from your depression. You could have a fear of the past from your depression. You could have all kinds of those perspectives from your depression, But I think for the most part, depression is kind of a state of mind that someone's in for a prolonged period. I think it's not. I think it's a severe mood, but I think it is a mood. So that's my interpretation of what depression is. So I swear, try closing your eyes and think of the most familiar place that comes to mind, and when you really feel like you are there, open them and you might teleport. That's interesting. Because I usually don't really think of like what is familiar to me. Like for the most part, probably the reason why my dreams are always in a black void is because I think to myself so strongly. So my dream, in a sense, is sort of taking me to the place where I think to myself to the maximum, in a sense. That's sort of what it feels like. A place where I'm just like completely in focus and where I can think and have all of that, right? Because I haven't done the teleporting thing. I have flown before, and I have like seen, certain sort of images before, but I've never teleported. I usually don't go from one place to the other suddenly, right? But you're talking about it like in a conscious way, like because when I imagine teleportation, I imagine it being like very sudden and feeling kind of strange. But you're talking about like focusing and then like taking yourself to another place, right? And try to create a tulpa. It might also be able to guide you out. Hmm. Hmm. Well, gentlemen, I very much appreciate you having tuned in. I hope this thing isn't really lagging. I don't think it did. I think it stayed pretty much consistent throughout the whole thing. But it's 5 in the morning, and while I've enjoyed talking with you about all of these things, and I'm happy to have gotten some of these things done. This has gone on quite a bit longer than I expected, so it was a very good talk. I hope you were able to reflect and learn things and get all these different perspectives that we've been able to get out here, and I appreciate it. But I believe I will be calling it this time. I believe I will be saying goodbye for now. So thank you very much for tuning in. Uh, thanks for all who did tune in. With that, I'm Spaghetti King. I love you all, and farewell. You too. Thank you.